some heal scrolls too. Gonna show some humor to you. Bold kills, expo fast, lumber mill, shin hacks. Call the boys and quicks around. Build 6 towers or get clowned. Where I out micro and outplay my opponent and still lose anyway. Where's my TP? Shit, I'm blocked. Here he comes. Trees get chopped. Hold this base. Game's close. Fuck that guy. He's toast. Let's get that red before they do. Grab some heal scrolls too. Gonna show some humor to you. Where I out micro and outplay my opponent and still lose anyway.
boy! Oh boy, 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 oh boy. It is the first day of July. We are officially halfway through the year. And we got a PTR update tonight! We're back to the 2 a.m. Patch cycle. So, since Grubby is playing this League of Legends noob game, the Blizzard team is not updating during his streaming times anymore. And they can chill a little bit and don't update in the morning, but rather late at night. So I was in bed. Usually when a PTR drops, we immediately start the stream and discuss everything, right? But starting a stream at 2 a.m. Probably a little counterproductive. So I had a bad night of sleep. I saw the changes and my mind started spinning. Oh my god, what does this all mean? A lot of theory crafting that I couldn't sleep until 5 a.m. And then I woke up at like 9 a.m. And since then, I've been reading through some feedback and made up my own mind. My god. We're really blessed. We're really blessed. Neo was shiny hunting too with his face. It's some after sun, dude. I'm starting a routine. Of spending more time outside in the mornings, because I've basically been locked in my basement for a year. So since the sun is out, I really need some sunshine. And since I spent a year in my basement, my skin is shit. So after a little sun bath, this is my Après sun application. So sorry if I'm shiny a little bit. It is necessary. Oh man! There's so much to unfold. There is so much to unfold. Hello everybody. It's nice to see you. We had 2 amazing days of competitive Warcraft and also here on the channel. Like, we're back at are we back at over 2K subs? Come on. Come on, change thing up there. Another story is a user and viewer, and he gifted an absurd amount of subs the past couple of days. Incredibly grateful that we're getting this support. And then we're getting blessed with this patch tonight. Let's see if we're actually getting blessed or if that's more of a curse. We'll see about that. Got some lags here that I have to fix. My upload is still a little shit these days, but should be fine. Sorry for the lags. Yeah, big patch. Big patch. The last patch we got, I was so pissed. I was so incredibly pissed. There was mostly balance changes. Most of them I didn't necessarily agree with. And it lacked a clear direction, and it lacked explanation, and it was just, it felt all over the place. And I also criticized that it doesn't really change anything for the game. The game that had quite some hype then, and it was no big quality of life features, no crazy bug fixes or anything. And it truly feels like this patch does everything better. In general, if we just look at the approach to the patch, right? You can argue numbers and values and interactions between units, etc. But let's just look at the big picture at the moment for a bit. And the big picture is freaking awesome. I'm so happy with this. Because it tackles bugs that have been in the game for such a long time. And are now getting addressed one after the next, which is awesome. We are getting quality of life features that Warcraft 3 will never be your next gen RTS, right? Obviously. And we like it that way. But some stuff like production displayed in seconds is so cool. It is so simple, but it's also so cool. Then we hit the nostalgia button as well. with the menus coming back, with the Reign of Chaos, where the Infernals are falling, etc. We discussed this in the previous patch. So the world editor is getting some love. This is so awesome, man. This is so awesome. This is what I want in a patch. And a little balance as well to shake things up. I feel like I'm as happy with the work that went into this patch as I was angry with the patch last time. And when it's patch time, I spend a lot of time on the Hive Workshop Discord, just reading, you know, not participating, because they are the modders, they know the game inside out, also on a technical level. And there's oftentimes, they're cynic, let's be honest. They're cynic. And criticize a lot because they know a lot, and then it's easy to criticize. But there is good praise for the team also on the Hive Workshop. That's probably the first time in 15 years that the Hive Workshop was praising the Blizzard team. It's like, yo, it seems like they know what they do. And that's the biggest praise that Hive Workshop can give to Blizzard, I guess. So there's a lot of good sentiment. And I agree with that. I totally agree with that. It touches the game on a technical level. It touches the game in a quality of life angle. It touches the game in areas where everybody is affected, like with hotkeys. It touches the game for solo players, like campaign players. Like this goddamn invisible unit bug is apparently fixed. This patch. Oh, this is a big statement now. This patch is the first time since the 2.0 release when we got this infamous statement, when it's broken, you fix it. This patch is the first time where I feel like that statement is true. And that might fire back on me. Because, of course, there's still a lot of work in the game. I'm not saying the game is now absolutely perfect and there's no work necessary anymore. But this patch feels like a big leap forward. And I'm really happy about it. And I feel like I might be one of the only ones with that sentiment on this patch. Because Blizzard is taking risks. Big risks, actually. I like that. It's not just this unit gets +1, this unit gets -1, increase HP by 10, increase damage by 1, you know, that was boring. That was boring. And it got boring and it didn't change much. Little spoiler alert here. We get stuff like piercing damage does now 90% versus heavy armor. Let's fucking go! Let's change some fundamentals of this game if these fundamentals were wrong. They're not shying away from these big changes. And this is now a little bit like Schrodinger's patch change. It is a big change on a ground level of the game, on a fundamental element of the game. But it's value-wise not that big. And I freaking like it! So they're displaying to me, the message is, boys, girls, whatever you are, we're willing to make these changes, but we know it's risky. So let's try this. Instead of the other approach that they had for a long time, and still have sometimes with the patch notes, like, let's cut this in half and let's see where it goes. And then we have another PTR iteration where we get closer to a middle ground, and another PTR iteration where we buff this by 5. And in the end, it's rather meaningless. I very much like this, the way it's done this time. Of course, we have to go into the ins and outs of this patch, but I want to wait a little bit since till people are here. Whoo! Exactly. Blizzard has a spine. That's cool. They definitely give a feeling of they don't hold Warcraft 3 in sanctity. They're willing to truly change it. Yeah, but not like revolutionize it, right? We have to limit that statement under the assumption that they will be there to fix it if big changes turn out broken in 2 months. Yeah, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I don't feel this is a small increment. Well, it's 10%, right? And we go a little bit forward here, but we discussed piercing damage at length on my streams. And there was a Blizzard forum post recently, and that Blizzard forum post suggested 25% or something instead of 10%. That was crazy. I think I suggested 15% or something, 15 to 20. That was also like 20 was crazy. But yeah, in comparison to the suggestions that they got, it is small. So that's what I mean. Man. There's so much to unpack. Okay, let's wait 3 more minutes. Duka!
Nerf Neo.
No! Buff me! Buff me with subs! Thank you, mate. The only thing they should have done differently is that those armor damage changes are such a big change that it should be a theme of the first iteration of the PTR. I very much agree, Mr. Vest. That is indeed a good point. That change is a little hidden, actually. I was reading through the patch notes like, okay, fine. What? That's crazy, but it's exciting. It's really exciting. And there is an asterisk to all of this, of course. Whew. Consecutive streaming day number 486. Quite a big one, huh? Quite a big one. The fact that... It's so funny, man. Last week, Monday, before the PTR came out, I was kinda mentally ready to make a Blizzard criticizing video again with a very, very different topic. Like a monetary accessibility topic. And now I'm here raving about what they're doing. It is funny. It is funny. Did I miss looking through the patch notes? Sternherz, we're just getting started. We're gonna have some esports today as well, right? So there's the Dolphin Amateur Cup going that we'll be going through. But patch first. So anything on your end? Like a general feel comment from you guys? Are you rather conservative and you don't want this at all and you want patch 1.26 back and everything rolled back? Or are you more on the progressive side of things and you like what you see? In general, disregarding of like values. Do you think there are other armor and damage types that they could look on once the Pandora's box is open? Yes. It's a W. Neither, case by case. Oh, nuance on the internet, Double Strix? What? Did I read this correctly? Really? Nuance and reasonability in a Twitch chat. Props to you, my dude. Props to you. I like the first iteration, but dislike the second. It's a healthy change. The bigger changes are great, but the smaller ones are bad. I feel like it can be good. 50-50. All right. Well, you waited long enough. Progressive Excitement. Vorwärts immer, rückwärts nimmer. Herr von West. Yo, Mr. Pavel. What's up? I hope you're doing fine. Woo! Super excited. So let's dive in, huh? It's 38 degrees. Well, I was more. If you're fine apart from that. The question was, do we appreciate Blizzard's current to change some things? Yes. Is everything perfect? No. Yeah, okay. So, out of Warcraft. Wow, we're at 2,100. Can we break the 2,100 sub goal, please? Another story did such an amazing job. 2,100 would look good. So. So much to tackle. What makes me hopeful about those bold changes is that they actually listen this time. In case someone goes bad, they might revert it. And they comment in the patch notes. Yes! There's annotations. There's comments. There are explanations. It's so good. All right. Mr. Art of Warcraft, here's where the video shall begin. Oh, wait, I have a marker, no? Wait, I had a marker somewhere. I did try that before. Wait, Twitch, where's that feature? Add stream marker. Aha. Hello Warcraft scene, this is the 1st of July and oh my, we are blessed with another update to the test server where Blizzard has applied a new patch last week. Now the patch gets a patch and we get an update that I couldn't be more excited about. There's a lot of points and there's a lot of fixes, but in the middle of these patch notes, there's a little something that is pretty groundbreaking for Warcraft 3 and something that we haven't had probably since the Frozen Throne release. I struggle to think of a change this deep into game mechanics since the release of Frozen Throne. And Blizzard is not shy to tackle this, and it's a topic that we have talked about. We will go through the entire patch log, of course, but a bit anti-chronological, I guess. We start in the middle with the most important change, and you can see it here. General piercing damage against heavy armor decreased from 100% to 90%. This is a change that will affect everything in Warcraft 3 that has these attack or damage types. I think the last change was with the release of Frozen Throne. The attack tables that we are using for 20 years need an update if this goes through. So I have talked about this at the end of last year already, maybe in autumn, And recently there was a Battle.net forum post that also addressed this. Warcraft 3 is a very, very range-heavy game. Remo said it so many times, we're in piercing damage meta. We're in ranged meta. Kiting is so strong in this game. Range attacks are so strong in this game. And melee units were oftentimes suffering because of it. Now, they seem to tackle that. What this means is, if a rifleman attacks a grunt, it doesn't do 100% damage, but 90% damage. And there is obviously a lot to talk about. Every piercing damage ranged unit is getting nerfed by 10%. That is addressing water elementals, rifles, headhunters, fiends, archers. This also goes for attacks against burrows, for example. This will change the way we attack towers. This will also change two things about creeping. Piercing damage armies creep slower, and you take less damage from piercing damage creeps. It is very hard to unpack all of this in just a little video, but Blizzard is suggesting groundbreaking changes to Warcraft 3. And I talked about this here at length. I have been one of the biggest advocates of this change because piercing damage is so good. The only weakness of piercing damage, the piercing damage type, is in less meaningful combinations. So piercing damage is weak against buildings and it's weak against heroes. But against units, piercing damage is always good. It doesn't have a weakness in actual combat. And that was a flaw. The regular rock, paper, scissor of RTS games should be melee beats range, range beats casters, casters beat melee. More or less, generally speaking. And that is not the case in Warcraft 3 with the current values that we have, because piercing damage is dominating everything. And they are addressing this, and they are aware of the problem. There are a couple of problems with this. I'm not saying it's perfect, but two things I like. A, that this is addressed at all. The way that they can address this also shows me that they have technical knowledge to change these hard-coded things in the game. And they start with very low numbers. The forum post that I was talking about suggested something crazy like 25% reduction, 20% reduction. It's 10% reduction. Which makes it meaningful, but still careful. It's also something that we don't have right now, 90%. We have 75%, 150%, 200%, but not 90%. So this is cool. It shows me Blizzard is willing to be progressive. And we will have to talk at length about detailed implication, but I just wanted to throw it out there. Piercing damage against heavy armor decreased by decreased from 100 to 90%. I love this direction. Do I love the current implementation? Does this need additional unit and building fixes? Maybe. We will go through this case by case, but I love this change so freaking much. And I'm extremely thankful that they're trying to experiment with it, because this is what it is. It's a test server. We shall experiment with it. The second biggest thing that I also love is something that I've been yelling at for a long time. For 5 years, I've been yelling at this. Night Elf. Huntress glaives will no longer bounce to and from structures. A mechanic that I hate in Warcraft 3 became again more prominent recently due to the changes to Huntress. Huntress got a lot better with their tier 2 upgrade that gives them heavy armor. In 2020, we saw a lot of Huntress with Keeper of the Grove, and then what Night Elves did was they go to, let's say, an Orc base, they click on the Great Hall, you try to repair, the glaives of the Huntress are bouncing from the Great Hall to the repairing workers all die, you can't repair anymore, and the Great Hall falls without any great fight or interaction, without awesome counterplay. So what this changes is, if you attack the Great Hall now, the glaives don't bounce to the workers. So you can actually repair your Great Hall without losing your entire economy. This is awesome. Because this mechanic in Warcraft 3 was beyond toxic and I hated it. And you might argue, well, we haven't seen that in every game in Warcraft 3. We did 5 years ago, and we've seen it more and more on the higher amateur level, semi-pro level, and we also seen it more in the Asian realm. And that this gets addressed now is fantastic, and that they found an elegant solution to this, I also think is amazing, because Huntress need this ability in fights. They need the AoE in fights. It's one of their strong aspects. An even more elegant solution would be that if you attack a unit, it bounces to units, and if you attack a building, it bounces to buildings. But maybe that's too much to ask. The fact that they patch out this toxic Huntress base race is so good, and I'm so happy they do. Will this move Huntress out of the meta? We'll see about that. But they see the problem, they address the problem, they come up with a solution that is actually creating a new ability in the game instead of just changing values. So for the second time, like, we have two changes that we talked, and I love both of them in the general direction. Big up for this change. I can't stress enough how happy I am that this is getting addressed. Wonderful. So they also fixed the crash that was coming in with a feature lately that we've seen on shorts and TikToks and stuff. We have a new feature in the game that displays how long something takes to actually produce. So if you construct a barracks or something, it says 60 seconds. So this was a problem if you take the worker away, or if the building got frozen, because then there was no progress, and if you clicked on it, the game crashed. This is fixed. That's very good. Undead. Animate Dead, the ultimate of the DK, got an overhaul where units that you resurrect have their abilities. So if a bear falls, you use Animate Dead. You can now use Rejuvenation and Roar and stuff. There was a little problem that you don't have the upgrades. For example, if you resurrect a shaman, you could use the Purge, but not Bloodlust. Now, they will inherit upgrades they had when they were killed, and I think that's great. There's a little issue with that, but in general, that's a cool direction that makes this ultimate so much cooler. There's a little issue with the mana, but I will talk about that later. And then the team is aware of an issue where passive abilities are not being transferred upon reanimation, and will be fixed before release. These comments are so good. We haven't had this, because it shows, like, just to say that the team is aware of a problem gives me confidence in their Q&A. Something that I haven't had in many years. Because they were throwing these test servers out there, and there were a lot of problems. And a lot of stuff that wasn't finished, for example. And you open up the test server and you think, oh, how can they put this bug in? And now they mention, oh yeah, there's an issue still, we're still working on it. Great. Fantastic. So really cool. Panda and Brewmaster was a big talk of that last patch because the Breath of Fire got drastically nerfed. It had a huge AoE before, and that has been reduced to a lot to basically match the animation. Remo talked about this a lot. Just fantastic. Like, the actual damage of a panda is like twice as big as the animation is, and that's bad. That's bad. But that also makes the Breath of Fire different and a lot weaker. So they changed this now. Brewmaster Breath of Fire damage over time buffed from 7 to 10, 14 to 15. So it is a buff on level 1, which is a little bit of a theme of the patch. Brewmaster movement speed increased by 30. Half the boots of speed. Panda really fast now. It is oftentimes a little awkward if strength heroes become faster. So while Panda gets nerfed in the AoE department, the damage is getting buffed a little bit, and the speed. So even though the AoE is lower, you can get in position better. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I'm more than willing to test this. In general, I'm a fan of different kinds of AoE in the game, because at the moment a lot of AoE is similar. Blizzard and Flamestrike are rather similar. Shockwave, Carrion Swarm is rather similar, and also Breath of Fire went into that range. We didn't necessarily have this burst cone yet, and diversifying AoE damage is in general a solid direction, especially with the Panda as a strength hero, not a caster hero. So, nice. That is the big chunk of the in-game stuff. We'll go through it from the top and read the rest for you who are interested. Custom game lobby advertisements now properly time out 15 minutes after the most recent player has joined or left. There is an issue on Battle.net where games are just spammed, especially on the Korean server, that is, I think. So this is probably still not elegant, but they're aware of the issue and try to counteract that. Since I'm not playing on Battle.net, I'm not really sure if that's the perfect solution or not. But yeah, it's basically, it feels like it's in the old days where you close and open slots to refresh the custom game list. So what this means is if nobody joins your game for 15 minutes, it will not appear in the custom game list anymore, is what I take away from it. The timer resets every time a player joins or leaves. Fixed an issue where some players with classic keys were having licensing problems. Very nice. We've seen it on the forums. If you are playing Warcraft 3 with the Reign of Chaos key, you got a window like your license isn't valid or something. So that this is fixed is nice. Fixed an issue with custom games invites. That is also nice. Visuals. Replace the main menu and campaign WebM backgrounds with MDL renders. What does that mean? It's actually something that I talked about already in the previous PTR, where it wasn't mentioned in the patch notes. Since Reforged, there is a change in the menu, we all know, compared to the old school Warcraft. So basically, since Reforged, the menu background was a video. And that gets loaded into the game every time it's playing. So it's not cached or anything. And that is heavier on machines. A lot of people have complained about low performance, especially on Mac, especially in the menu. Shout out Taker. So this also means that it's always this fixed loop that we have. What you can do now in the game on the PTR is they got the old 3D renders back. It's a lot lighter on machines. And fun fact, by the way, these old menus were always still in the game, just behind that video. So I don't know if there's now the new render menu over the old render menu, but it's cool, man. We talked about this menu a little bit. I'm gonna show it to you real quick because what you can do with that as well is, so you see, this is a good performance here. So it's the old menu back. You can go to single player, campaign, and then do this. And then you have this camera pan with the background. And that is not possible with the WebM loop, of course. But it is possible now with these render menus, and it is something that a lot of people wanted back. It's good for performance. It's just nicer in general. So big up for that. I'm pretty sure that wasn't too easy. Fixed certain VFX appearing as white squares. We've seen that on crypts, for example. There were some artifacts that didn't look too good, but that is possibly fixed. We can show that real quick in Witty's unit tester, but we'll go through the rest of the changes in a second. Tree idle animation now enabled in Reforged environment. I actually don't know what that means. Fixed a few model files that were not correctly being included. Nice. Fixed an issue where music would overlap with music from a save game. Really nice. Witty talked about this a lot. Basically, there were a lot of music tracks. If you load the game, you had 2 music tracks. If you load the game another time, there were 3 music tracks, and they were all looped over each other. Nice fix. This is the new Huntress ability that we talked about. Hotkeys work a lot better than before. Mouse buttons are bindable when in-game. Nice. Some junk was removed, basically. Just optimization. And shout out to Soul Apeman here, who did a lot of quality assurance for Blizzard, and they were listening to him a lot. This is also the drag scroll is fixed. Like, a lot of stuff is fixed. We still miss the feature of, for example, you want to set your hotkeys for the inventory. You can set it to, let's say, T, but you can't set it to Control T. So there's no combinations possible. Hopefully that will happen somewhere in the future. But hotkeys, and especially for like people with a German keyboard or with a French keyboard, is a lot better. It's a lot better. So this is just hotkey optimization. The Nether Dragon Roost is finally in, so we get more and more units in there as well that were missing before. They are changing some MMR stuff for their multiplayer. MMR gains and losses are now doubled. I actually don't know if that changes too much, because when both is doubled, I mean, the scissor just divides a little bit. War 3 champions should still be very, very much superior. And then the balance stuff that we already talked about. So, in my opinion, we need to test a lot now about that piercing damage, about the Panda, and about the Huntress Glaives. The game goes in a wonderful direction. I absolutely love it. Critical bugs fixed. Also, stuff that was in the fixes before and didn't really work is also addressed, like orbs acquiring targets. This year, this should work better than before. I tested that yesterday. And something that's not in the patch notes, but what I feel is very noticeable when you actually play the game, is that the classic HD graphics look a ton better. A lot better. Because I always had this issue with the Reforged Classic graphics, that it was too bright and too white. And I'm not saying that it's perfect now, but I think they're on the right track and they're making progress. It's still pretty white here, actually, when I look at this. There's a new setting called Gloom, but I was playing on Lost Temple yesterday, and especially creeps look way closer to the original. Like, the green is not as neon green. The null color looks a lot better. Shader and lightning, in general, go in a very good direction, even though some bright spots are still very, very bright. So I appreciate the work that goes into this. And if they trim this down a little bit more so that white is not as bright anymore, I feel like this is the graphic setting that we want to use in the future and hopefully get at some point on War 3 Champions as well. So I feel a lot of good work is going into the game. And I hope the team continues to go into a progressive direction, this legacy bug fix direction, and brings us interesting changes like they do with the attack type, with piercing damage, etc. So, from what I see now, awesome patch. There might be a lot of balance issues, but we can fix that with value changes with another iteration. What I see first and foremost is gameplay changes, interaction changes, the game becomes healthier as a whole, and we get quality of life. And all these three things are more important to me personally than some balance issues here and there. I gotta say, a little asterisk here. When I played, I had some performance issues. Especially when we were in main bases. This is something that has been in the game for a while, but hopefully the team is aware. I reported that pretty much right away. So when we open the game and go to just create a game, especially when I play as Orc, that was the first time I noticed this. My FPS dropped Big time. See, I'm at 60. It gets better a bit.
I can do that.
But not much. Yesterday, like, when I'm not streaming, it's at 200, so that's a lot better. But it's dropping. It's dropping big time. And this is not great. Maybe it's an old legacy bug. I don't know really what it is. The thing is, if I go out of the main base, boom, 180. You might say there's not much to display, right? But let's just move here. Then there's still a bit to display. We get some more trees, we get some more creeps. And I'm still at 170. Even if I use like effects, animations, 150, 160, that's totally fine. But when I'm in the main base, 30 FPS, 60 FPS, 80 FPS.
Something need doing? Be happy to.
Fix it, please!
What do you want?
Fix it, please. That would be nice. We don't want the FPS drops back again. I don't know if it's just on Reforged graphics, but we'll see about that.
Yes.
The visuals are awesome. The visual improvements are awesome. You see what I mean with the creeps? Like, they look so much better. Also, the green of the orcs is getting better and better. Like, everything about that is getting better and better. But please fix the FPS. Please, 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 please. Fix the FPS. That would be nice. This is why it's a test server. If they apply this to live, I'm going to be very critical. If it's just a test server, that's what a test server is for. So this is a super exciting update for the PTR. I think we will go through the ins and outs, especially of that piercing damage type in a bit. But that is a whole nother topic that requires another video. So let me know, are you a fan of these progressive changes? Do you appreciate the work that's going into the game? Are you still of the opinion that they should leave this game alone? Or do you want to see more? Let me know in the comments. Your voice is heard. I think that's pretty clear on the forums, on the Reddit, in the comments, in your own videos. So keep on giving feedback, man. Keep on giving feedback. They listening. Shout out Blizzard. Still and increasingly so, W patch. I think that is my initial feedback. So what do you think, guys? The visuals are so much better, no? Am I the only one? Because it's not in the patch notes. I mean, it was in the patch notes last PTR, but I think this is a huge improvement compared to the even like it's a huge improvement compared to live. Let's look at live Classic HD, because not too many people see Classic HD, right? Because we are mostly playing on Warcraft III Champions and there it doesn't work. So let's take a look at the current implementation of Classic HD. Tarmok, nice to see you, mate. Save. So we showed Orc before. I think it's just fair if we use Orc.
What do you want?
Oh lol, my hotkeys aren't even implemented here.
Something need doing? I can do that.
Huh, I have the same FPS drops actually on the live version. That's interesting.
Work complete.
So this is what it's currently looking like.
Be happy to, yes.
And I think a lot of stuff is too bright. Let's take a screenshot. Ah, I can't really. Okay. Where do I put this? Photoshop would be. Stream will lag a little. So I just want a comparison screenshot. Blue player color. I just want to basically side-by-side comparison. It looks very overexposed. I agree. I agree. So we're going back to PTR. We go blue orc. This is PTR now. Sure. Ah, different starting position. Shit. Anyway.
What do you want? I can do that, yes. Work. Work complete. Something work complete, Doki. Work complete.
So this is kinda similar to what we screenshotted. Maybe a bit more zoomed out. No, actually a bit more zoomed in. Actually, now that I see the now that I have it side by side, I don't really see that improvement anymore. Wait. This is weird. Image so. So that's basically side by side. Below is PTR, top is live. I'm not sure. PTR feels a lot better when I'm in game though. I don't know what it is. It's not a great comparison actually. If someone can do a better comparison, that'd be great. I'm an idiot, but I feel like PTR visuals are a lot better. On PTR, the colors are more lively. In live, the colors are washed up. PTR is better, not so bright. PTR is better. One definitely looks brighter. Yeah, life is brighter. I agree. I agree. And there is, I'm not, there's something they implemented with this patch. And I think it's like, it's called Bloom. Actually, you don't really know, like this. Applies Bloom to in-game units and terrain, and also Portrait Bloom. Looks like a bit of a filter kind of thing. I feel like this looks really good, man. It's starting to look really good.
My life for the Horde.
Some stuff is very, very, very shiny.
My life for the Horde. Yes, Lord.
I actually don't know what Bloom does, to be honest.
I am yours. What do you want? Can't build happy to.
Canudi, thank you for the prime.
Complete.
Bloom is basically
Work
making
complete.
bright areas brighter. So we don't want Bloom, right?
Yes.
Because this is still really bright. I think it's still a lighting issue, for sure. It's getting better when you move to the middle, I think.
Choice.
Bloom makes it so objects shine. Interesting.
Hey. Yes.
Yeah, creep colors are looking great nowadays. So yeah, this is like, compared to the first 2.0 thing, it looks so much better.
Yes. Hey. Are you hero and obey?
Still needs work though. Still needs work. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying I would prefer this over Classic or over Kenshin mod. But they're getting there, man. And every PTR iteration, it is getting better.
Excellent choice.
I really, really start to like this.
Are you hero and obey? Yes.
There's something up with the lighting at night, by the way. Which is really funny. I'm waiting for it to be nighttime, then I'll show you. So, it turns nighttime in a second. I think it's just a Reforged thing.
Much love.
Yo, thank you, Gorky. So, give me that nighttime.
What task is there? Excellent choice.
Ah, we're getting there. Okay, nighttime. Nighttime was extremely dark for a long time, so that's getting fixed as well. So, we have shadows at night.
Are you hero?
Is that right? It's coming from the sun, like somewhere here. It must be moon? It's a very strong moon that's in the same position as the sun.
Yes. Are you hero and obey? Hey.
It's a bit odd.
Excellent choice.
But yeah, this is of course hard to read fights because, you know, it's a lot. But yeah. Oh no, don't kill. Oh shit. I think where you see these lighting and shader changes is very, very much on Fiends. So let's check out. No, I didn't want that. We're so deep into light pollution, we can't appreciate moon shadows anymore. Right. Yeah, this is something where I don't know if it's that easy for the team, but they're improving patch notes, right? These visual changes in the game, in the patch notes, never have like a comparison picture. That would be really helpful to see the difference side by side. Should be relatively easy for the team.
I wish only to serve.
I think Fiends are starting to look really good.
The damned stand ready. Thy summoning is
But yeah, the FPS drops are crazy.
summoning is complete.
The sleeper awakes. Proceed.
Here on Fiends, you don't have the brightness. On Fiends, this is... I would say the Fiend is perfect.
Yes, master.
The gray doesn't shine and jump in my eye. The blue pops nicely. While for ghouls, I still think it is too bright. And especially noticeable when you build a DK. Forum post doesn't support such screenshots. Yeah, but the block does. Like they do in StarCraft.
Summoning is complete.
So, I know a DK is supposed to have like white hair. But that's too white! I need a little bit more gray on that. But that's nitpicking, right? Fiend, awesome. Ghoul too bright. Skeletons are also way too bright.
I bow to your will. You call. I wish only to serve. My patience summoning is complete. At last.
Shout out, by the way, to the mouse hotkeys. That's really nice. I mean, skeletons are supposed to be like somewhat white, bright. It's a little bit too much. In general, awesome direction. I feel like they're getting really close to what they want to achieve and what we want to see. Classic HD is, in my opinion, very close to being the supreme graphic mod. Please check. Okay. Mr. Testman, Mr. Ape Man. What do we got here? Deck.
From this burrow, on the top left, there will be 4 peons, and I want to target them, okay? So there are 4 peons, and I was like, okay, let's click on one of the peons with the ability. And I used Breath of Fire. You know? How many peons I will target? The animation went through! Look at this beautiful animation! And I target 1.
Yeah!
So it's like a shockwave, man.
That is interesting.
Look at this! And they said, oh, we want to make sure that animation is correct with the range. Let me tell you, according to this animation, definitely.
That is funny. I had the same feeling when I played Panda on the first PTR. Yeah, we joked about the farting Panda as well in previous discussions. Yeah, Panda's farting a little, right? So yeah, I wonder why that is. But yeah, that is surely a problem. Starting with 25, but it's also to the side, no? It didn't hit directly in front of him. It hit bottom left.
You seem a little parched. I'll give it a shot.
So, I'm approaching
Have one on the house.
the Null Brood.
Oh, that
This hit in front of him. Right in front of him. On Soul's test, it didn't, right?
on your tab. Oh, gladly.
It's so much shorter though.
I'll give it a shot. Have one on the house. I'll put it on your tab.
Yeah. Ho 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 ho.
trouble.
Yeah, it's interesting they didn't address this at all. But I think with Soul providing screenshots and stuff, they will. Yeah, I don't think this is intentional this way. But good that this is tested. Peons were moving. Yeah, that's right. Center of the damage and center of the animation could be misaligned on moving targets. Yeah, something like that, right? I don't hate it. Yeah, this goes a little beyond what I want to test. Like, for me, I made the conclusion it's not working as intended and shall be fixed. So, I think we have to talk about the piercing damage change in slightly more detail. .320 movement speed for Brewmaster and more damage for him is dangerous. But it's not the initial damage. It's just the damage over time, right? So what does this really mean? Patch notes, I gotta scroll up so much. It is. Panda and Brewmaster Breath of Fire damage over time from 7 to 10 on level 1. And it's a 5-second damage over time. So that's an increase by 3 times 5. That is 15 more damage. While you take away so much of his AoE, I think that's fine. I don't think it's that dangerous. I think this damage value is way more impactful, and this one is not really. And this is what's buffed. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Yeah, I don't hate it. So, yeah, we gotta talk piercing damage. We gotta talk piercing damage. I made a doc about this once. I don't know if I can find it now. I made an entire Excel sheet of every unit with piercing damage and every unit with heavy armor. But where is that Excel sheet? Yeah, I don't think I find that. I don't think I will find that. So, yeah, Panda AoE could still be improved a little bit, I feel. But yeah, let's talk piercing damage. That's the big one. That's the big one. Uh, we have to make like a list. Don't place. Okay. That's gonna be a big list though. Okay, so what do we have? Is it on Liquipedia? Like everything that has piercing damage? I think so. Should it be? I think it should. Maybe not. Okay, so what do we got? We got Rifleman. We got Flying Machine. Dragon Hawk. Siege. First air. We got Water Elemental. And that's it, right? Then we got Headhunter slash Berserker. We got Ivern. We got Kodo. We got Serpent Ward. And that's it. Then we got Archer. Hippo Rider. Helen Crow. Fairy Dragon. Riot. Spirit of Vengeance. Towers, true. Guard Tower. Watch Tower. Burrow. And Ancient. And then we got Fiend. Gargoyle. Skeleton Mage. Arcane is also piercing. You are correct. Arcane. Spit Tower. Wait, what's Nerup Tower at the moment? They changed it so much, I forgot. Is it normal? Is it piercing? Normal, right? Okay. That's pretty much it. Then we got like Trolls. Did I forget anything? And then we got Trolls. Lava Spawn. Will Beast. That it? Did I get everything? Boa? Boa's Quillbeast. That is the Quillbeast. Skeletal Archer, Book of the Dead. Yeah, no. That doesn't matter. Okay, then I think we got everything. Now we need everything with heavy armor. That is... Foot. Oh. Oh no, no, it goes this way. Footman. Spellbreaker is normal. Mortar team. Knight. Ay, that will take a long time, I think. Water elemental. Powers, right? Powers. No. Arcane Tower. Is that it? For human? Flying machine. Flying machine. Gyro. I think that's it. So then we got runs. But that's later. Demolishers. Ah. No shaman, no doctors, raider, whatever. Walkers are unarmored. Tauren. Wolves, right? Wolves and serpent wards. The other wards as well, maybe? What are the other wards, technically? Should know this. Are they also heavy armor? Uro. And watch tower. Ay. That's gonna be an excessive list. Probably separate. Okay, maybe we forget a thing or two. Ancients, right? Ancients. Glaive. Bear. Brilliant. Avatar. Gonna be the best table. Huntress with upgrade. True. Hunt. You too. And we got Ghoul. Meat. Wagon. Statue. Arbom. Beetle. Skeleton and beetle. That's the interactions that we got, right? That's a lot. Keep it tree. I got treant. So how can I fix this? Excellent noob. Beetles and skeletons, I got. So I think in Human Mirror we don't really have an issue, right? Except maybe a little bit of damage against towers, but this should all be fine. I don't see an issue here. That's fine. Headhunter Berserker. That could be an issue point. Headhunter's doing less damage to Footman and even less damage with defend. Could be an issue. I don't think it should be an issue versus Knights, Gyros against less damage versus Water Elemental might be an issue. Less damage versus Towers. I don't think that is an issue. Wyvern. Wyvern are... Okay, this could be an issue as well. That Water Elementals survive longer versus Wyvern. And also Towers. Well, it's a niche case, I think. It's a niche case. Kodo damage doesn't matter. Serpent Wards is not played against human and shouldn't be. Towers could be. This especially could be an issue. So there's an interesting dynamic now. What's better? That the Water Elemental does less damage to the burrow and the burrow can't be kicked this easy? Or is it more of a problem that Burrow and Headhunters do less damage to Water Elemental? This dynamic is so hard to predict. But this is a 10% nerf, right? It's a 10% nerf. Headhunters lose, like what, 2.5 damage? Headhunters lose 2.5 damage. When this is meaningful, it's Water Elemental level 2, right? And Water Elementals lose 3.5 damage. So Water Elementals lose more damage than Headhunters. But you also have more Headhunters than Water Elemental. Ay, 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 ay. I got no clue, guys. Is it better that the high damage Water Elementals get nerfed? Or is it better that the higher quantity Headhunters get? I don't know. So, archers. Is it a problem that archers do less damage? It will probably increase the dependency on a demon hunter even more. That's not great. This might be an issue too. But against water elementals, you can detonate, and they do that a lot. And for archers, this is 1.5 damage, right? I don't think it's that meaningful. Damage is lower equals easier to repair. Repair rate is the same. Yeah, that's true. But then you can also attack longer, and it requires more repair, and you lose more resources. I think you can spin this in any direction, and I don't want to make a judgment if this is a pure buff to anyone or a pure nerf to anyone. It's not about absolute numbers, it's about percent. Well, it's always 10%. And of course, it's about absolute numbers. 10% to a water elemental are more meaningful than 10% to an archer. Of course, it's about absolute numbers. So who does this hit the hardest? Water elementals, wyvern, crows, and fiends. But then it's also about attack speed, right? And there, I really don't know. It does depend. It does depend. So Archer vs. Footman could be an issue. I don't think it's an issue for talents. Their damage is amazing as it is. Fairies, a nerf to mass fairies. Do you ever see that really? I don't think so. Dryads do their main damage with poison anyway, and that's not touched, so that's fine. Fiends, I think Fiend is a problem as it gets even less popular than it already is. A nerf to gargoyles is good, I think. Skeleton Tower, that shouldn't really matter. It will hurt the Quillbeast and Lava Spawn for sure. But that's also what we want to address. I got a problem with... I think I got a problem with knights and ghouls. This is so unreadable for you, right? Knights are an amazing unit. I think knights should receive a nerf on their stats then, if this goes through slightly. Ghouls maybe. But you can't weaken ghouls and fiends at the same time, right? So that's also an awkward spot. So maybe you have to buff fiends. Why on earth would attack speed matter? Well, so you have two units. For one unit, it reduces the damage by 1. And for the other unit, you reduce the damage by 2. Damage. But how attacks. But this unit has like 5 attacks in a second. And this unit has 1 attack in a second. Then the damage here is 5 and here the damage is 2. That's why attack speed matters. Obviously. It's all a 10% nerf. Yeah, but if the 10% of a water elemental is higher than the 10% of an archer, Like, it changes the absolute stats. Yes, of course it's always 10%, but the attack speed isn't affecting the damage done. It's 10% less. But that sums up over time. If you go for absolute units. If an archer shoots 5 times, it's losing 8 damage. And if a water elemental attacks 5 times, it's losing around about 20 damage. And so we have to see how often they attack. I don't think percentages say too much. In the end, it's about the absolute numbers. A bit fixated on percentages. So, yeah, knights will be very strong. Will bears be very strong? They open up a big can of worms, huh? They do. What else is an issue? Fazo, thank you. DPS is damage over time. Why would attack speed affect that? Well, you have a time value that is seconds, and you have another time value that is attack speed. So if you attack twice as fast as your opponent, you do twice the damage. I think we should move on from that discussion. So where are the problematic things here? I think this table doesn't do anything, by the way. Could be a nice little guideline. Where's the problematic things with this change? So this mostly matters in the early and mid game, right? In later stages, you got a lot more casters, heavy air, hero spells. I don't think it should affect late game that much in comparison. We gotta be careful if something breaks early game. Biggest problem will be Night Elf versus Ghouls. I think Demon Hunter does the biggest job. Creep speed will be affected, sure. But you have an Ancient of War for that. I think it's fine. For creeping, you mostly have the Ancient of War, right? Archer is mostly for pulling, except if you have like 4 to 5 archers. That does limit, yeah, that does limit Night Elf to Demon Hunter. Yeah. Yeah, that's indeed a problem. But then again, it's only archer damage. It's 10% of archer damage. Guys, I think this is not a problem. I don't think 10% damage of archers against selected creeps, because not all creeps have heavy armor, right? That's not an issue. When you have an Ancient of War and a Demon Hunter that are that strong. I don't think Night Elves can make a case that this is negatively affecting them. Nah, I don't think so. That they will try this. The Night Elf propagandists are already typing up their 10-page Reddit posts, 100%, except the reasonable ones like Haster. But yeah, they will try to spin this 100%. So I'm not worried about that at all. I think the human early game is so oppressive that the water elemental change isn't that bad either. I think this is one of the best things, actually. The 10% water elemental nerf is one of the best things that could have happened. And this also is kind of like a reason to not nerf it in previous patches. If they wanted this for a longer time, that makes sense then. To not nerf the water elementals in the first iteration, also in the last patch. Because water elementals are hella strong. And then this helps against the burrows. It doesn't help against upcoming buildings, so with good timing you can still do lots of damage. It helps a lot against undead. It helps a lot against. It helps the undead, especially like ghouls, beetles, all affected. Happy will be happy with that. For sure. And I think water elementals deserve that, for sure. Human gets a buff in the early game, militia footies take less damage, and tower take less damage. Only if it's up. And against undead, there's only normal damage, so it doesn't help them. From creeps, I kind of disregard that. Main damage goes on water elemental. Water elemental takes less damage from creeping, though. Yeah, fiends. I mean, I pointed out that fiends are a big loser of this, and fiend builds in general are a big loser of this. But it's not really what I'm talking about. So when towers are up, that is indeed harder to kill. But towers also do less damage. I feel like we have a lot of situations where stuff is evening out. On paper. Ancients of War take less damage. That's right. That's true, actually. But I think 10% is a value. Okay, so this too much for me. No, I am the prophet, but nobody can prophesize what the outcome will be, I think. So, my conclusion is, for now, there's so many interactions, and some of them will even out, and there's surely some stuff that will be OP. Some stuff is evening out. 10% is a value that I'm more than willing to experiment with. If they had put in 20%, I'd say it's way too risky. But if we have the chance that an active dev team is trying to get rid of the boring piercing damage meta, I'm taking the chance. I'm taking the chance. So Safe Orca said something about it, and I think it's a bit biased. So Safe Orcas is a knowledgeable person, right? So let's look at that. Patch no. Safe Orca. Yeah. There you go. Okay, big post. Piercing damage against heavy armor decreased from 100 to 90. This is a significant change, and I think there should be more discussions about it. I respect Neo's suggestion to make it happen, and it could be an interesting change. Yeah, pointing me out here, as I said, I was a very loud voice about this. I always, if this goes wrong, this will again 1000% be spinned against me, which already fucks me up. I say this now. I always said, if you do this, you gotta look at the unit interaction and do individual unit buffs and nerfs in tandem with this. So don't put the shoe only on me if this goes wrong. However, let's have a closer look at melee units from different races and different matchups. Human, Footman, strong unit, doesn't need a buff against piercing. Imagine Footman in the early game gets 10% less damage from archers, fiend, headhunters. If to buff, it's better to slightly buff defend, their special ability that counters units with piercing damage. Okay, this already goes into a direction that instead of globally nerfing piercing damage, do it individually. I'm very much against that because it's a global problem that needs a global approach in this game. And also, to take that away real quick, reducing individual piercing damage numbers doesn't change the problem, because then the unit is universally weaker, and we don't want that. They should stay as strong as they are against other armor types, I feel. But the heavy armor is supposed to be the counter to them, and that is why exactly this interaction of piercing damage to heavy armor is the problem. Militia, this unit was nerfed recently. If there's a need to buff them, simply revert -1 armor. It's again individual. I don't see the greater scheme of things. Knights are already a strong counter to fiends in human versus undead. In addition, they have the additional upgrade Sundering Blades to deal more damage to unit with piercing damage, as that is medium armor. That is true, and I feel like knights can be a problem with this change. I see that. Knights are incredible. Grunt, strong unit with relatively recently got 25 HP for the Berserker Strength upgrade. Grunts are decent and used in human versus Knight of matchups. They're not used much versus undead because they get countered by destroyers and spells in a general. I think they're in an okay spot and not in a great. They're solid. Vince Barcelona, thank you for the sub. Torrent, strong unit that now has magical resistance and doesn't need further buffs. IMO. Night Elf, Huntress, delicate situation, especially with the new upgrade that changes the armor type. This change will make them even stronger. But they're getting heavily nerfed on the same patch for the same situation. Bears, this unit is in a good spot and doesn't need a buff. Bears are used prevalently in every Night Elf matchup these days. I agree. I do think they always appear very squishy. That's why Mountain Giants do fill a role. I do agree that bears are one of the bigger benefiters of this, And I would love to see this go hand in hand with a reju nerf. Because let's be honest, bears are... I think bears oftentimes feel like they're made out of paper. And so I don't hate this. Against magic damage, they should still melt. They shouldn't melt against a bunch of rifles. They shouldn't melt against a bunch of fiends. If magic damage is mixed in, totally fine. But bears don't, like, bears are a perfect example of a heavy armor unit that doesn't feel like heavy armor. Ghouls, a unit that was nerfed for a few patches. It could be buffed, but probably in some other ways, because again, early game undead versus night elf will be problematic. In addition to that, ghouls will take less damage from creeps, and they are good at creeping already. I don't think it makes a big difference in creeping, because you creep with them, they're hurt, you send them back, then it takes a couple of seconds longer to heal them up on Blight. But it's not like, oh, can I take this creep spot with the 5 damage less that I take now? I don't think that's a big issue. Will it be an issue that archers have a harder time killing ghouls? Demon Hunter is doing 90% of the damage anyway, right? R-bombs are fine and in a good spot. I don't think they're in a good spot against mass range. I think bears feel so squishy because their health bar is so long. And it makes them go down faster. That's an interesting point, actually. I don't think A-bombs are that fine against piercing. I don't think so. Same thing as archers. So this is only looking at units that receive the damage. It's not looking at units that deal the damage. I think you can make a great case that rifles shouldn't do the damage they're doing. I think you can make a great case that water elementals shouldn't do the damage they're doing. Same goes for maybe headhunters. For dryads, I don't think it will change much. For archers, it does. Archers are best damage per gold value in the game already, but it's also oftentimes paired with orbs. I don't know. It might hurt the archer strategy, but I also feel like if you have a one-dimensional army, like mass archers, like mass headhunters, like only rifle in a pally rifle combo, that sucks. And that's mostly only doable with piercing damage unit because piercing damage is so good. And that shouldn't be possible in a strategy game. So if you can't play only rifles, only archers, then that's a good thing. You shouldn't be able to play a tier 1 unit throughout the entire game, solely that tier 1 unit. IMO. So yeah, I think you also have to look at this, like Wyvern. Should Wyvern be that strong? Also, a lot of that damage comes from poison, so it's a little bit of a special case. But yeah, if you look at the receiving end, you also have to look at the attacking end. My personal opinion, I can be wrong here, is that melee units are countered a bit too much by magic damage and ability and spells from certain units. In general, the army composition of melee units and casters loses to the composition of piercing damage and casters. That is correct, also a lot because of crowd control. And kiting. Because range units have that advantage of not needing the melee range, obviously. A possible way to adjust this would be to reduce the magic damage to heavy armor from 200 to 175 and add +1 damage to all ground casters and +2 to destroyers, keeping other flying units' damage in place. I do not hate that suggestion, actually. In general, I think 200% by magic damage to heavy is strong. It's also mostly late game. This change decreases damage of ground casters and destroyers on melee units from 200% to roughly 190. Casters will be compensated. This change decreases damage from destroyers, orb of annihilation, other flying units with magic attack to heavy armored from 200% to 175. The other interaction between units will stay the same. In short, the idea is to weaken casters and destroyers versus melee and strengthen them a bit with piercing damage in other units. I don't think piercing damage needs to be strengthened at all. A problem is that you will have only archers in a time versus human fast expo where you will face militia, towers, water elementals, and footmen. So it's a direct 10% nerf to archers in this situation, as you don't have heavy armor against that. Well, if you play Keeper, I guess. Kiting and focusing one unit down at a time wins. Yeah, I think kiting is totally fine. Like, kiting should obviously be in the game. It shouldn't be, though, that the damage output is that high that the melee units never reach. They should do some sort of chip damage and have the ability to. Man, I can't wait to see this in game. Can't wait to see this in game. And it is incredibly hard to abstract. I think it's the right direction. I think it's the right direction. Do we see any game-breaking changes with this? Anything that I totally neglect? Anything that's super dangerous and will be super broken? That is obvious to people? Early Headhunter play for Orc is kinda getting wrecked. I heard this before. So, yeah, Orc is surely on the receiving end of this. But they also have the upside that their burrows can't be pushed that easy against human anymore. But, yeah, Orc versus human and Orc versus undead might be an issue. Ghouls are already oppressive, and this will just intensify that. I think we might be overestimating the impact of 10%. Yes! I agree, especially on stuff like archers. But we also have to say, there was a time when Headhunter damage values got changed, like a little bit ping pong. Like they got +2, then they took 1 away, then they gave him 1 again, and they, you know, Headhunter damage was in a weird state for a while. And actually, this 1 damage made a big difference in usability. So I realize it's dangerous. Bermuda! I like it. Let's wait for it in action. 9 months, thank you.
I like it. Let's wait for it in action.
Exactly. You say you want to get rid of ranged meta, but then you say that those changes are mostly early mid-game stages. So is it really a solution for ranged meta? Rifle casters get shafted with this, for sure. Like these early tier 2 pushes, I really don't like that much. And build breaking tier 2 harass stuff, I really don't like that much. So if we can improve that these super simple rifle pushes are a thing of the past, then yeah. I don't mean that every game must be 2 base, every game must be tier 3. I really don't want that either. Because it's really long and then kind of gets stale. But extended tier 2 maybe. Oh. I'm a bit worried about Fiends as they were like a probably, was it the nichest unit of all the tier 1 range? They're in a weird spot where we see them all the time, but they are rarely a backbone. But no, I think Fiends should be fine. Like Tet Fiends will get a nerf, as it is early Fiends and it's already a weaker strategy. But we've also seen Fiends masked recently a lot more. And that should also not be a case. I think, as a conclusion, yes, it's risky. And we have to observe all of this. But if you're a fan of variety in armies that are not just one piercing damage unit, masked, you should also be a fan of this. Maybe this will force the game into more melee or more of a mix of tier 1 melee and tier 1 range. Maybe that will force more casters then. I don't know, but I'm here for it. I think this is super exciting. This is probably the most exciting change in 6 years or so. I like it. Conclusion, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. And all the theory crafters that we are can come up with stuff, but we'll only see it when we see it in action. How meaningful is it in fights? How meaningful is it for creeping? How meaningful is it really against buildings? We'll see. This is too much for me. But gut feeling this good. And man, am I hyped for the goddamn glaive nerf against buildings. That's the best. That's so good. Yo, Death Note trainee, what's up? I have a bit of a problem with this human versus undead early game. I feel like it's getting really boring. Like, we have these double expansion games, right? And one cancels the other, and the other cancels the other, and then we do this 3 times, and then whoever cancels more wins. And we have seen such beautiful human versus undead with tier 3 and tech switches, and you go from damage units to caster units, and then back to heavy air, and then the counter is there, and it all rotates, and it's so freaking good. And I hope if water elementals are weaker, we can see more of that again. That might be very problematic for human, though. Because that Cryptlord Ghoul Beetle game is not getting nerfs at all. And rifle pushes against Expos also are nerfed quite a bit. So that's something that I haven't seen in chat just yet. Human versus undead. With the big benefit being the undead. I'm tired about Pally Rifle, but make 40 switch to Archmage. Need to work on a human orc matchup direction without Pally Rifle. I'm not talking to 40, my dude. Well, actually I did, but it was about a picture. Haven't seen that many 40 games. And again, 40 is always different when there's a big tier 1 tournament and when there's no tier 1 tournament. But yeah, Death Note, do you think it's a problem versus undead? I feel like it's a bit dangerous versus undead, no? Because what do you really want to play? Then on the other side, water elementals are ridiculously strong. And maybe they just deserve it. I don't know. I think it's something you gotta see. What stops you from playing 2-base? Probably a lot of ghouls and beetles. Probably a lot of ghouls and beetles. I like the human with undead matchup. Let's see what happens. Watermental is strong, but they also have a weakness. They're 220 MS, very easy to surround and get juicy 60 XP. XP I see. Movement speed. When it's about canceling expansions, I don't think movement speed is that important because they are summoned like right there. I'm a bit afraid that undead is going to be too strong against human, but unlike wolves, which never gives you XP. Isn't it cool that we can speculate and theory craft that much and nobody really has a super strong opinion? I'm hyped, man. I'm so hyped. I'm really hyped. So do we have some esports or what? Lol, we were yapping 2 hours about this. But yeah, I think everybody with a brain for Warcraft should put their opinion out. I feel I feel a lot of people are overestimating 10%. Panda 320 change? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's strong. I love the direction. I love the direction so much. Oh, now I want to go into esports and Blade is playing? Ah, shit. Okay, then we'll see. Also hype for that Undead update, man. That ultimate update. Could be really fun. Get reju. So what are the BattleNet forums saying? That is, of course, the most important thing. So we went through Save Orca's post, and yeah, I think it's a bit biased. Not wrong per se, but a bit biased for sure. Revert the lumber change, yes. What else we got here? Good job. Heavy armor change is huge and good in general. Still not fully aware of what it will be due to how many things change. Towers, burrows, footmen, AOW, creeping, etc. But the fact that you are ready for such change gives you credits. Agree. I still don't think that Panda AoE nerf should be so huge. It seems so much. Yeah, that seems a bit bugged as well. Glaive changes in a good direction as well and opens up some possible buffs for hunts as well as no longer building abuse possibilities. Yes. I'm very much in agreement with Mr. Dizzy Styles. Okay, this is some odd chess reference that I don't get. Piercing damage do overperform in the game, as I had pointed out in patch 1.3.2. Totally agree to adding some limitations here. However, the change will go in astray by buffing the heavy armor, which already much better than light and unarmored type. I think heavy armor is pretty bad. I think this is the exact same. This is the pretty much the perfect angle to attack. When balancing a factor as a guiding principle, we have to buff the weaker side or nerf the stronger side. On an extreme case, making two kinds of changes at the same time. If the heavy buff, then how about light unarmed? I think all the... I made a cross table once. And the standout was this exact interaction. So I don't agree with this post. Maybe magic is a bit too good as well. But heavy armor is not good. Mass Huntress do overperform on low-end MMR. However, the noob saver nerf, clearly lack of wisdom and overdue. Glaives will only bounce to the same time target. Oh, I actually agree with this. Unit to unit, structure to structure. This might be cool. If they can do it. I don't hate this. Hey, Map Heaven, thank you for the 18-month. Okay, once again, this chess thing I don't understand. The Delius, okay, someone who I respect. Heavy armor change from 100 to 90 of piercing damage taken is going to throw the game off a lot. I don't think it should go through. Footmen will defend and Druids of the Claw are already oppressive. This change will only make it worse. Night Elf Lumbergather is way too high and should be looked at. Attacks bounce to wards and AoE hitting wards will make them even more useless than before. Okay, dude, that's a stretch. Giving yet another strength hero high movement speed is also not the right solution. Panda should maybe get a +1 to strength or intelligence instead of giving him 30 MS movement speed. I agree that's a bit extreme. That seems like a bit extreme from what I've seen on Soul 8-Man stream before. Yeah, don't agree with the Dahlias too much here, to be honest. I would still like to see Bears get a nerf on Riju. I think that would be rather healthy. Three on 3, 4 on 4. I don't care. Due to this, the situation at the beginning of AC will be completely abandoned and turned to HT. Archers and Huntress. Huntress also heavily rely on 2 Ancient of... Ah, that's a Chinese user. I see. The final changes will significantly alter the operational habit and tactical thinking of the Night Elf players. This requires careful consideration. If this becomes a reality, I hope developers won't change it back for the sake of aesthetics, but to stick to one's own ideas. That way, the effort of Night Elf player will not be. Bouncing towards is a nerf. Tadelius is speaking from the orc perspective. It may be that I'm missing something. A Huntress really seeing that much play on lower levels? Yes. Is it toxic? Yes. Is it getting abused? Yes. I would put Bouncy Glaive Huntress on the same level as Liquid Fire Bats. I fear the Brewmaster will become mega oppressive in the early game. He cannot have 320 movement speed. This doesn't make sense. There are clear rules who gets the 320 movement speed. If the character has a mount, it has 320. Or if it's an agility hero, Panda cannot have 320 movement speed. It would break the meta completely. You already mega buffed his damage. Mega buffed the damage, bro? What? Where is the damage mega buffed? It's 15 damage on level 1. The more I think about it, the more I like the piercing damage change. Initially, I thought this would be a horrible change, as the big offenders in the piercing damage category are the Riflemen and the Water Elementals, and we can individually nerf these units instead. But I always thought that heavy armor should be better versus piercing from a lore perspective. I very much like this change, as it incentives going tier 3 to get your strong heavy armor unit. We will see less of massing tier 1 and tier 2 range units as the counter will be stronger. I agree. It's actually just a brilliant and beautiful change. The gameplay should consist of countering each other with units. Yes! For too long, the piercing damage units have had no counters, but now the piercing unit spammers have to think, adapt, and make new units to counter the counter. Yes! I hope that this is the case. Again, this is way too abstract to know all the implications, but this is the dream outcome. This is the fantasy. Talking about stats is boring. I really think to reduce piercing units dominance, we should decrease the strength of casters versus melee. I disagree. This usually leads to awesome games. Shaman lead to great games. Talents lead to great games. I like more Like a rifle caster combo is fine. Banshees lead to great games. And cast is also fun. All right. Even I'm kind of surprised that Battle.net forums are not up in arms. Hi chat, sorry I'm new. Does Reforged regularly get upgrades? Yes, Mitz. Every 3 to 6 months. And this one is actually quite frequent after the last one, so it's picking up. Cool. Okay, this is a bit all over the place, this feedback, but I think we are there. I think we kind of covered a lot. We can't cover everything. I'm very curious about Remo. I got a feeling Remo will hate this. With his patch nose voice. No, Blizzard, this is the wrong way. Something like that. If you think a unit is too strong, then nerf the unit individually. So, something like that. Since it's so funny. Remo and I are oftentimes on the opposite sides of these balance discussions. So since I like this a lot, I just assume he doesn't like this a lot. But he always gives good food for thought. He always gives some good food for thought, that's for sure. I appreciate that. And he's putting more effort into this than any of you noobs, so... What's Reddit saying? What is Reddit saying? It always amazes me how nonchalant their PTR updates are like. We have a thing that will change literally everything. Okay, thanks, bye. It's funny. I don't hate it either way, but wow, the balls. Yeah, I also think that should be on top of the patch notes. But their patch notes have improved drastically, by the way. Oh my god. Oh my god, everybody. The patch notes are so much better in general. They are posting an extra thread for this week. It's nicely formatted. There is barely any typos in there. But yeah, prioritization. I kind of realize why they do this. Because this is affecting the entire game and every game mode and custom game and single player, etc. But this is really a big change. Also, I really wonder how this will affect custom games. Like, how will they implement this? So, if you change this, every custom game, every tower defense will have this implemented, right? So, I think they have to have like a melee rule set that custom games aren't, like custom maps aren't using, but ladder maps are. I'm quite surprised Hive Workshop isn't up in arms about this. There's a map setting where you can say if you want to follow the latest patch or base values. But isn't... No one really cares about customs. A lot more people care about customs than they care about melee, my dude. Most TD games have custom armor type. Okay, cool. Even better. Even better. Even better. Nice piercing change. Very significant. Oh, wow. They like it as well. Huge piercing and hunt change. Sounds like a praise. I'm not sure. Here's my opinion. I don't like fundamental changes to a legacy game with 20 years of history. If you need piercing damage to deal less, than just change those values. Ah, he doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. He doesn't get when you change the attack values, it changes everything, but we only want to tackle the interaction of piercing and heavy. Brewmaster changes are getting out of hand. Yeah, Brewmaster is like, it's getting, it is getting crazy. I have to see the panda though. At the moment, it seems pretty bugged. I don't like that, of course. Replace the main menu with Webam, Nature's Healing. Yep. And the Night Elf Wine. Nice. 255 HP Archer now deals 90% damage to 340 Ghoul and 420 Footy. Having a range attack is quite good, buddy. Really, really, really good. I mean, we can swap. Give my Ghoul range attack. I'm fine with that. All right. All right. So, what I still don't really like at the moment, the synergy of Reju and the over-reliance on Demon Hunter. That is certainly something that I don't like. Orc vs. Undead stays in this super weird space where both have a strategy that is really oppressive, but we never see that at the same time. I'm not quite sure. I didn't watch too much Warcraft in the past 10 days, so I don't really know where the matchup stands. But Orc vs. Undead is just weird. Everything else is not, like, I like the direction. It's cool. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm hyped. Don't trust an X-Lord, mate. Don't trust an X-Lord. Why would he switch to human? Isn't Undead a lot better versus human early game? His Lordness? Especially with his Crypt Lord Ghoul Beetle play? That's really something I feel a bit like this, a bit overlooked right now. I don't know. This patch review, by the way, was brought to you by the sponsor of this month. We're sponsored by OperaGX this month. Browser for gamers. If you're not happy with your current browser, make sure to check out OperaGX, especially when you're gaming and have the browser open. You can reduce or limit the resource that your browser is taking, so you have more power for your games. OperaGX also has Twitch and Discord integrated, so you have it all in one place. And the more of you download OperaGX via our link, the more we get out of this. So big shout out. I was able to navigate through Reddit and the Battle.net forums and Wikipedia and all of that with OperaGX just fine. Give it a try with our link. We benefit, and you might have a better experience. If you think, oh man, then I have to import all my short links and passwords and accounts, etc. Nope, can just import it. Easy, one click. So give it a try and support B2W with that. Now, let's see what Esports is up to, eh? We got the Dolphin Cocoon into Butterfly mid-2025 finals. Where we at right now? Oh, Soin defeated Blade 2-0. My man Soin. My man Soin. So far, Lecky has defeated Orkuro. Damn, I didn't expect that. Orkuro looked strong. Where's the link? Jewel Stars. The link is in the chat. Exclamation mark OperaGX. There you go. There you go. We still have Pink versus Shao KK. We have Dice 1-0 up against Orc Brave. Nice, as it should be. Hawk versus Jens. Oh, man. Oh, that's tomorrow, unfortunately. Ice Orc versus Lucy is also tomorrow. Elegant versus Hazy is also tomorrow. And that is also tomorrow. Is that all tomorrow? Is that the last game then? Okay, let's see. Let's check out Dice vs Orc Brave, as we have that game on War 3 Champions. 16. Shout out to HF High Toon Toon. We not have Orc Brave in the database. We do. Huh? What's happening here? Maybe I have to import from Wikipedia so we get the players. It's odd. One sec, we get in-game in a sec. It's not case sensitive. Is it still updating? Waiting for the API rate limit. Oh, loading players. Nice. Yeah, there we go. Man, it's weird to, like, I spent a lot of time on the PTR. It's kind of odd to see classic graphics now, even if it's Kenshin mod. Oh, I got the wrong Reforged. Boom. Okay, Dice is up 1-0. Looking for the quarterfinal here. I don't know what the first map was. On. Shout out to Soen kicking out Blade. I need my overlay. Now it's over, I think. Alrighty, let's see if Dice can go for the 2-0. He should be the favorite versus Orc Brave. Winner of the Back to Warcraft Weekly Monthly Cup. Yeah, we have this on the side. If you have any more talking points about the PTR, your gut feeling. I think I can't remember when I praised the patch this much. I'm hyped, man. I can't wait for this to go live. Panda needs some love for sure. And maybe we can be on the lookout for piercing versus heavy armor interactions. Damn, I really talked 2 hours about this. Out of Warcraft, you will have to do a lot of editing there, that's for sure. So far, solid keeper control. Last one you were so crazy about was keeper patch. Yep. I mean, that was a huge patch. With like, lobbies have more than 12 slots. We get more colors. Battle.net gets the 200 MS deleted. Stuff like that. So yeah, and you know, they invited us to go to California. That was pretty pog. Yeah, I think so. Because it has like 0 of these +1 damage +10 HP changes in. I feel like this is way more creative. It looks interesting, right? It looks way more interesting than the recent patches.
Player's forces are under attack.
And it's also, there's nothing that's super infuriating. Like the early stages of the Hunt Glaive change. Yeah, I don't get mad. I don't get mad reading these patch notes at all. I'm hyped. I want to see how they iterate next week. And so far, I feel like for such a drastic change in such a conservative community, is good feedback. Honestly, I think they could even do fun seasonal balance changes that not necessarily stick forever, but shifts meta for a while. I thought so too. But I think Warcraft 3 is too nuanced for that.
A player's forces are under attack.
Because it literally took 20, like, okay, let's say 10 years to put the balance in the state we have now, right? I really like that they're making few but impactful changes rather than 500 tiny changes that don't affect the meta at all. Yep, I agree. I also see that like you needed a solid foundation for these changes to take effect. Like you had to come to a state where we were at +10 HP, +1 damage. So yeah, I think we got a lot of units and a lot of heroes on a usable level. Nice counter by Orc Brave here. I like that Gardener Blade. And that was a community effort first and foremost, I think. Plus some super awesome changes that I think nobody really talked about. Like, I'm still of the opinion the Talon piercing damage change is one of the best things they've ever done. Alongside the Orc Burrow Orc Spike change, that's also like these changes have been so good. And the Fire Lord changes actually. Man, am I in love with the Fire Lord. I hope they add more servers on Battle.net so we can face Chinese and Koreans on decent ping. Guess what? You can play on Warcraft III Champions for the best conditions possible. Chinese and Koreans don't play on Battle.net, brother. Dude, Warcraft III Champions is improving their server structure so much in the past 4 weeks. That's mental, man. I think Warcraft III Champions was never this good. Like the way Brazil is connected now. It's crazy. It's mostly Faro doing so much work and basically turning every stone around that there is. Improving servers, adding new servers, adding new locations, fixing proxies at the moment that will help as well. So the foundation that people like Toxie and Kovacs laid, Faro is turning it up at the moment. It's really cool to see the progress behind the scene. Ada Wakakoro. What's up with Pat? Dude, Pat has checked out years ago. I think Pat was gone in 2021. Fun fact, Pat is writing a children's book right now. Does Warcraft III Champions have a sponsor or just community donations? Only, like, we are a sponsor. Hundreds of dollars every month. Otherwise, very few community donations. People should step up their game. Nice is in danger of losing a lot of hunts here. Speaking about servers, have not been around. What happened to the Asians doing their own thing? I made a huge video on that. It's a bit too bit of a topic, but yeah, they're doing their own thing. I'm very, very, very sure they will be back at some point. Alrighty, do we have heal scrolls? Not really. The only source of healing is heal spray and heal wave. Blade Master is not in a good spot. Invo potion more than necessary. Yum 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 yum. Kodo is hungry. Dice is looking like he's going into the quarterfinal here. I don't think this can be stopped, but Blade Master's still putting in some damage. We have no mana on the SH anymore. Dice realizing this. More hero focus. If there's no blade, then there's no threat. And he gets the kill. And another heal spray on top. Mass murder in front of the Orc base. And it's over. The Orc was brave, but the Orc was also defeated. Dice going 2-0. Well done. Well done. Okay, that was only one game, but Dice seems to be in good shape. Winning the weekly, winning his first match here. This is gonna be a cool tournament with like tier 2 participation. I like that. So, what do we got? Lecky vs Sini, who defeated Snow Dream. Dice will be up against Pink or Shao KK. Good match. Hawk vs Jens is something. Oh man, that is tomorrow. That's gonna be sick. Rematch of the War 3 Champions final. This game was the first one? No, Dice is done. Oh, that was the first one. Autumn Leaves was the second. Okay, now we spoiled it. Whoops. Oh, he still went through. Whatever. Icehawk vs Lucy, also good game tomorrow. There's a lot of good games tomorrow. Is there anything else today? No, that's all tomorrow. You say this now, Invigorate. God damn it. Bit of random going on. So, is there anything we can test PTR wise? Oh, Witty is streaming. Can we react to Witty? Did he react already? Oh, it's 26 minutes ago. Did Witty react to the patch? No, not yet. What is he doing? Playing GeoGuessr over patch notes? Yeah. What do you think the matchup, the biggest matchup change will be? Incredibly hard to say. I think the game will change a lot in general. Probably every match will be. What do we think Grubby will say about this? He's so conservative. He's probably gonna hate this too. You know, recently, 2002, we changed this and this and this, going into the entire history of armor type and piercing damage units. Pala Rifle vs Orc. But then also Panda got a big nerf there. You play a lot of, I don't know, against Pally Rifle. Tauren are stronger, but that's late. Panda is weaker. Burrows are built in the back in general. It's Headhunters versus Pally Rifle. Oh, and yeah, Tauren late game then, I think. I don't think it will impact Pally Rifle too much. Yeah, movement speed, not a huge fan on the Panda either. Maybe Orc starts to play more grunts. Yep. That is possible. More Grunt TC maybe in general. Grunt should be a big winner of this. Oh snap! I got excited for a little bit. I saw Ina versus Hitman on War 3 Champions, but it was just a 1 minute game. Hey Woody, what's up, dude?
Hey, smiley face.
Smiley face right back. Is there any cool game that we can watch? I nearly always played grunts, but it has limits. Don't know if the change will really impact it. Yeah, there's still crowd control, right? There's still crowd control. Well, I guess except against Tauren. There, not so much. Propeller rifle used to counter tier 3 units as a tier 1 unit. Now they have to think twice. Bit simplified. A bit simplified. Okay, I'm scanning Flow TV. Who is X-Fleo? 2200 undead? This exists? What? Oh, it's 2964, the Chinese player. Let's take a look. Death Note 2964. W3 Champions. Ladder. Did you guys check out the Direct Strike upgrade, by the way? Update? Is it any good? Is it any fun? They got mercs now. I'm a bit afraid of going back to Direct Strike. With all these changes, man, I don't even know where to look anymore. Hello, Mr. AOW. I hope... I made markers for you when I start talking about the patch. You're welcome. Making your day a little easier. I think I should do like a re-recording of that though. It was a bit messy and all over the place. Not sure. You tell me if I should record it again. Mr. Boss, Ancient of Warcraft, man. Do we know if heavy armor buff stacks with defend on footies? How it stacks? Oh, that's a good question actually. I don't know. So first time that I think like at least first time in forever that I see 2964 playing. Good to see some high MMR undead representation. still, this should be Death Note being a huge favorite. Hey yo, you're a metalhead, right? Not too much into metal. I'm pretty much into punk and emo. I'm not like a genre freak, but if you're thinking Iron Maiden, that's not really me. If you're thinking, I don't know, Slipknot, that's not really me. I do listen to some heavy stuff, but it's more on the hardcore side. I don't know how genre specific you want to get. What about Static X Reunion? Oh no, I haven't listened to them in like decades. But might give it a try. Lead singer died a couple of years ago. They got a new one. So basically going the Linkin Park way. Or Prodigy. People are so replaceable these days, man. Yeah, so here, for example, we would have heavy armor here, but then there's also no piercing damage on the undead side. So it doesn't really affect this much, except water elementals, which I think deserve a nerf. So will Death Note just destroy here? Sweet timing and 2-9. 2-9 is a bit out of position. Yeah, I guess you can't really expose your expo like this. Nicely done though. Good timing, Mr. Death Note. Very level-headed discussion with him on the patches as well. Nice deny and level 3 unlocked. Of course, this expo advantage should be pretty good. Nice timing to expand. Sure. And I think he's not losing too much. Got a Brilliance Aura, Sobi Mask as well. That is looking very lovely so far, Mr. Note. I really like Death Note in most balanced discussions. So in this case, Water Elemental would do like 3.7 damage less per hit. That's meaningful. I think if you would go for an individual nerf, you'd put a lower number. You'd go like -2 maybe. But then again, there's lots of water elementals. And they're really good. But Death Note is under so much pressure here that he can't get rid of. That 2-9 is getting his expansion up as well. I think there's only one counter. One counter. There was only one cancel. It's really not too bad. Oh, we need some healing here. Is that Impale ready? No. Impale could do so much damage. I'm happy they fixed the save load sound issue. Yeah, Witty will be jubileeing. I feel like they're pleasing a couple of streamers with this patch. I get my piercing damage nerf and the bouncy glaive nerf. Witty gets his music save load thingy. Mr. Ape-Man got his Nether Dragon Mercenary. Grubby got $20,000 for his invitational, so he's covered as well. What's Remo getting? No Podem Vision buff, right? Remo wants the Podem Vision buff for a long time. It is a little bit of a streamer patch. It's cool that every streamer has his little pet peeve that he really wants in the game. Oh, by the way, I'm really happy I got my drag scroll back on the PTR. That was nice. So, if you want to influence the balance, be a streamer, I guess. Or, not the balance, the game, be a streamer. Mr. Blizzard, I want the Back to Warcraft stream playing on every client in the menu. Multiplayer and single player. That'd be great.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, imagine the views. Oh yeah. The sweet ad revenue. $2.9 going cannibalize. Interesting. Almost looks like a misclick here.
A player's forces are under
Cool
attack.
attack. Mr. Death Note, be careful. But I guess he's on the way to tier 3 already with the workshops and the Griffin Aviary. That's the diversity we want to see, right? We got casters, statues on the one side with fiends, ghouls. Oh, just creeping. Interesting. Ads in the Warcraft client. Actually, we had a lot of ads in the old school Warcraft client.
A player's forces are under attack.
People probably forgot. It's been there for a long time in the Frozen Throne Battle.net client. I think at least I remember it that way. Oh, he borrowed the wrong fiend. He did the right prediction, but I think Death Note was banking on one of the burrows. Nice. So Crippy level 4 has to hold on for a little bit longer, but that's 2 fiends down. I remember a banner, but not ads per se. Yeah, wasn't there ads on the banner? Back in the early 2000s. Speaking of ads, by the way, our sponsor of this month, OperaGX, has a built-in ad block. So if you want to get rid of that, use OperaGX, everybody. OperaGX in the chat. Just disable it on Back to Warcraft, please. That would be nice. And on your fellow Warcraft content creators. That'd be nice. Ooh, that's a couple of ghouls falling here, mate. You got cannibalized. Use it. Is this a PTR game? No. There's no games on the PTR that we can watch. And Warcraft III Champions, I don't know if you could even apply these changes to a map. So we're getting Banshees. We're getting anti-magic, but Death Note seems quite a bit ahead. 1500. Oh my, that damage is crazy. Fiend damage output is nice. As much as it can be against knights, at least.
A player's forces are under attack.
It is rather even. Death Note has to spend his gold, man. Now, I feel like a few farms were missing. Knights, Griffins, amazing army. Do we have a verdict? Like, if anti-magic is too weak nowadays? Or if it's still a good value?
The player's forces are under attack.
I guess it's fine. We see it so rarely though, these late game human undead compositions. That it's hard to make a guess. Heroes are coming online. Criplot level 5 is a good weapon against knights. But also for Death Note, damage intensifies. Man, Knights, Griffins is such a sick army. Must be fun to play as well. I didn't check out the Chinese forums today. Ooh, maybe I should do that actually. To see what they're saying. They probably hate it. They're very conservative.
A town is under siege.
Do it? Yeah, we can. It's kind of hard to do it on stream. Requires a lot of translation and stuff. Still waiting for the big fight. We got possession ready. We got the red spot ready. 2964 is holding his ground really well, I gotta say. Pleasantly surprised. At 2,200 undead on Warcraft III Champions. But we live to see the day. Death Note aiming for the backstep. The Banshee was looking for it. Do we have a TP? Yeah, we do. Item on the ground. Picks it up. Unholy Aura. Good that Death Note doesn't get it. And he is taking the fight, actually? Oh, that's surprising. I'm not sure. Oh, he can't TP because of Cyclone. And now, too late. Maybe TP. Too late! Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, good luck fighting this now. 2-9. Just hero focus by Death Note. Lol. DK first. Lich second. Good night, Sweet Prince. Curse. Still a very, very good debuff. I think for Curse alone, Banshees are worth it. And Ripperino, man. Did Death Note lose a unit here? Everything is hurt, but did something meaningful die? Griffins, maybe. Oh, and 2 hero kills. He got the money to revive both, though. Yeah, I think it had to be an instant TP. Fighting position wasn't good. He wasn't pre-buffed, really. Nasty, 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 nasty. We got a lovely ghoul run by. Unfortunately, a Griffin is spawning like instantly, which is the hard counter to ghouls, as it should be. It was a nice idea to go for a run by if you have a lot of lumber anyway, but not if the ghouls all fall and boost the heroes up. 5-3-3. That's a lot of banshees, but only one night. So what do you do with all these banshees? Just installed OperaGX, looks incredible. Glad you like it. Different themes for all of you out there. And every download is supporting the stream. OperaGX, sponsor of the month.
A player's forces are under attack.
Can Banshees take over Griffins? Nope. That's something that works in Direct Strike, and many people think they can if they're webbed, but not a mechanic in normal Warcraft.
A town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, the ad banner is refreshing daily, I think. So tomorrow the number will rise. So we still have an 80 food army for 2-9. I just call him 2-9 as if that's his first name. 2964 is 2. Oh, Blizzard. Oh, so much damage. And the heal scrolls on top. I think Death Note is in a wonderful spot, isn't he? Yeah, let's go. And so many Griffins as well. Damage output by Death Note's gonna be sick. Impale doesn't affect him too much. Like, he can't target the Breakers. He can't target the Griffins. Anti-magic, good spam. But where's the damage coming from then? From the heroes, I guess, but Death Note is targeting them again very well. And we have pretty much an open fight, and that's not good for the undead. Late game, it's so hard to find solutions, man. Good TP this time, but only after lots and lots of losses. And I feel like with a bit better target fire, there was more possible given how damaged everything is. But 2-9, still rich. Can rebuild to 80 one more time. Problem is just this is the second fight already where it feels like nothing's dying.
A player's forces are under attack.
Why Banshees? Reduces the damage with Curse. And the anti-magic shell helps against Stormbolt, Holy Light, and Griffin attacks. And in case Death Note goes heavier on knights, he could have possessed them, but he rotated out of that rather quickly. So at this stage, a purely defensive buff unit. And, you know, with Curse debuff unit. Buff and debuff. Death Note doesn't want to end this. Why would you? You're having the time of your life. You got crazy heroes, you got map control, you're going on to 3 bases, you got 100 supply. Why would you try to end this? Just enjoy the ride. Yeah, I don't think Fiends cut it, mate. We also got Inner Fire, unfortunately no priests. DK again. Holy Litten. Jesus Christ, the hero focus is so nuts. Despite anti-magic, the heroes are just melting. Oh my god. Yep. That's a wipe, boys. He was able to rebuild to 80 twice, but not a third time. Death Note the famous goes through. But 2964. Not bad. Not bad at all. Just Death Note is like 400 MMR higher or something. was good to see a 2,200 undead on War 3 Champions, though. Very good indeed. So, did Witty react to the patch notes? Still nothing? They actually went and did it, he says. I want to react to Witty. Come on. He's just gaming, isn't he? Is he stalling? He is guessing states and cities. I'm super curious what the upper echelon of players have to say, like Starbucks, the Leons. Their input will be greatly appreciated. We need him to get play Flag Wordle. What is Flag Wordle? Let's check this out. Flaggle? Is that it? Daily Flaggle? Practice Flaggle? Is that what you're talking about? This? For a bigger challenge, enable hard mode to hide flags from the country list. Eh? Wait, that's just empty. Guess the hidden flags in 6 tries. After every guess, pixel of the solution will overlap with the guessed flag. Wait, so I have to guess blind? You start and have 6 attempts. Okay. Germany. Yes. I don't. Huh? What am I supposed to see here? Wait, I got it. Something with green would be good and white. So let's go with Italy. Ah. Okay. Okay. Well, now it's easy. I see. Okay, I understand. So it is basically like Wordle, and if you hit the color at the right spot, you unlock this. Let's go. Okay, now I understand. Flag Master. I'm not that great, I think, with flags. Play again. I don't know. United Kingdom. Then we get white, red, blue. Oh, so we got the cross. Who got a cross with a star in the middle? Who got a cross with the star in the middle? And a red cross. There can't be too many. So I do have white and blue, right? Okay, something. If there would be red, I would see it, right? It doesn't make sense to have red there. So let's say to cover green and yellow. Go. Oh! Ah, almost. What the hell? How is that? Oh, maybe the stripes are vertical instead of horizontal. Who has green on the left side? Cameroon, right? Yes, sir! Let's go! Ah, smart!
It is 115F today, and all I want to do is stay inside and watch WC3.
Yo, heavy metal, let's go. Okay, I start to understand this. So, the star was black because I didn't get the right color. So just because I have the color, it doesn't give me the entire thing. It also has to be the right spot. Boom! Okay, I'm starting to get there. What do we start with? Is there like a best in slot starting thing? Let's start with Netherlands to cover red, white, and blue. Oh, 2? Feels like that should give me a lot. That is white in the middle then. Is it Peru? Let's go. Let's freaking go, dude. Who wants to challenge me, dude? Flagel God. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like, this emblem thing in the middle can sometimes be a little different, and then I'm not entirely sure. Oh, should we end up on the high note? That is cool, man. I love this mode. Let's start with Belgium is probably a bad flag because of the black. The left side, there's not much black. I think white, red is always nice, right? So let's try Iceland. Ha! Does that look similar? Not really, right? There is a bit of red, so it's not Saudi Arabia. What's this in the middle? But the white is confirmed, right? So there is white in the middle. Red up top, white in the middle. And something in between. I want to unlock more red. I know it's not Austria, but I want to unlock more of this. Yep. Oh, is it Egypt? No, that's not Egypt. Ah, see, and this is where I struggle. It's not Syria. It's not Egypt. Lebanon has the tree, right? Yeah, Lebanon has the tree. Ah, shoot! I have to look for the flags. Oh, Iraq. Oh, and then it's green. Okay, good. I wouldn't have guessed it. I could have gone through the flag list and then I would have seen it. The Austria thing opened it up big. Nice. And actually, Belgium would have been fine with the black in this case. Not bad. Dude, that's fun. I will bookmark this on my brand new OperaGX browser. You wouldn't get the text with Belgium. No, true. But I said I don't want to go Belgium because of the black part. That's probably not in too many flags. But then there was. I'm gonna take a little piss and you stay where you are. Ah, yeah, I'm not too bad with flags, everybody. How are we doing in the new PTR reality? Everything is awesome! Na 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 na. We're hyped. We're waiting for Witty to start his reaction to react live to Witty's reaction. We have nether dragons, that is correct. Knopf stream title: Thanks to Blizzard, my burrows will live. What's Knopf saying?
Okay, water is ready.
Oh, he's still getting ready.
Happy about PTR. I don't know, man.
Fire TV has
No!
so many great recommendations.
Yeah.
No, I'm not logged in yet.
All my apps in one place. It's like it.
Oh man, oh man. Get over with it. I want to hear the Knopf. I want to hear the Knopf. Because burrows deal piercing damage too. How much damage are they actually doing? Because orc burrow. How much damage is it? Doesn't orc do? Okay, 25. Then a burrow does 2 damage less. 2.5. And water elemental level 2 does 3 damage less. 3.5 damage less. So water elemental does more less damage than a burrow does less damage. And you can repair the burrow while you can't repair the water elemental.
Are you happy? Are you guys happy with the PTR?
Tell me about it, Knopf. Tell me.
Well, I think very long overdue personally.
Oh. Oh, that's from Caribbean.
It's hard to say.
Right?
Like,
It is.
Really. It's really hard to say. Yeah, it's always like it will need some time, right? Before we actually understand if it's a good thing or not.
Yep.
Also, like, what race is beneficial from this PTR, right?
Ooh.
Oh, Neutron!
I think we're
I've
gonna
played
cast
against
this,
him in
boys.
like forever.
I think we're gonna cast this, guys. Not sure if Knopf will go into more detail here, but if we get a Knopf versus Neutron game, let go, then I think we should definitely do this. And continue to wait for Witty to be able to react to him properly. Live, maybe. Go! Ooh, did I not? Oh, I didn't even start this yet. Lol. In 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. Would he just open PTR? Oh! Oh, lol. I'm on the VOD. Oh, man. I have the stream open, but it's on PTR. It's on the VOD.
And now we have visuals. Replace the main menu and campaign WebM backgrounds. So those are kind of like the video files that looked kind of scuffed, shady, dark.
Live reaction, everybody.
Sinewy. And now you have the .mdl renders, which should be much more akin to the real thing, if not the real thing, as far as I understand it. So
yes,
it should look a lot more legit. So when you played the original Warcraft 3, those orc or human or undead backgrounds with the character looking at you during the campaign screen, that should look a lot more authentic. Fixed certain VFX appearing as white squares in classic HD mode. I don't think I've come across that. Tree idle animation now enabled in Reforged environment. That's not a big change. You might thought it could be, but it's not. Fixed a few models which were not correctly being included with the game. Okay, that's fine. And there's an audio. Fixed an issue where music would overlap with music from a saved game. I feel like they mentioned this in the previous patch note that they did, but hey-ho. Unless that's talking about the one where you load. It is, right? Fix an issue where music would overlap with music from a saved game.
You must be so happy.
Where
Be
music
happy.
would overlap from music. I hope that is fixed, but I'm not 100% sure. I
He's
might have to
talking about
test
that
it.
for
If
years.
it works, we'll find out. World Editor added a new ability. This ability prevents bouncing missile attacks from bouncing to and from structures. The implementation of this ability is not fully complete and will be improved before release. Bouncing missile attack. Was that to stop Huntress Glaive from bouncing onto Serpent Wards?
Buildings.
I wonder if that is specifically the issue. Because otherwise you've got a new ability that's potentially being worked on. But that's less likely because this is following a patch where Serpent Wards and Sentry Wards were getting hit by a cleave and splash. And maybe some of it's intended, but other bits might not be, such as the bouncing missile attacks. So we'll find out. Hotkeys. Mouse buttons are now bindable while changing hotkeys when in a game. Removed hotkeys for passive abilities. So hotkeys for learning passive abilities still exist, but they removed it for specific ones. But the team is aware of an issue with resistant skin and hardened skin hotkeys still appearing. So that's nice. I like it that they let you know that they're aware of an issue, rather than you just saying, well, I guess the issue's still there, but is it being worked on? That's good.
Exactly what I said.
That simple bit of communication goes a long way.
Yes!
You can look at that and think, fine, I'm not going to worry about it, or, you know, not going to stress about it.
Exactly.
This particular issue, not stressing about it, but I just like the fact that they put the team as aware. Unlinked peasant and military hotkey conflict detection. And, well, probably Soul 8 Man is responsible for many of these changes, because he's highlighted a lot of those. Fixed an issue. Yeah, thank you, Soul 8 Man, for that. Fix an issue with players unable to drag scroll. Yeah, that was one as well. As a result of this fix, scroll click is now not bindable. Huh, so you can't use the middle mouse button then, I guess, in that regard. So that was the thing that was causing the issue, maybe? Okay. I don't use my middle mouse button really for much, to be honest, so that's not going to affect me, but maybe it hurts other people. Fixed implementation of the toggle health bar hotkeys. So you can now just toggle it on and off during the game rather than go to menu. That's good. Updated help menu to show control group hotkeys. That's good. We like to be able to see things. Change the ordering of mercenaries so that it is possible to assign QWER to every camp without conflict. Okay. Wait, they changed the ordering of mercenaries. Is that all of them? I wonder how they did that, but either way, that's good. Less conflict. Better player, better, happier player. Remove Pocket Factory from the list of neutral buildings. I guess it just didn't need to be there. Remove select unit ability from the tavern. Okay. Maybe there's more heroes to come then, if that was taking up space. I'm not sure why that's necessarily removed, but hey. Fixed an issue where hero select and inventory keys were not detecting conflicts. Good. Added Never Dragon Roost to neutral buildings. That'll make Soul 8 Man very happy. Multiplayer.
Witty is
MMR
basically saying what I'm
gains and
saying.
losses are now doubled, so your results are going to be more impactful. And perhaps this means that it will take less time or more time, depending on whether you're going to win streak or a less loss streak, as to how well you're going to be doing on the ladder. There are extra notes in the master change list explaining the MMR changes. General. Piercing damage against heavy armor decreased from 100% to 90%. That is the huge change.
Aight.
This has not occurred since the inception of TFT.
Yep, that's what I said.
As far as I understand it.
Exactly.
The percentage damages may have changed in the early days. I'm not 100% sure, but generally speaking, it's been pretty consistent. One long line that goes straight along. Now, piercing damage will do 10% less damage to heavy armor. Heavy armor is units like grunts, Taurens, Abominations, Knights. You see quite a few of these units being used in multiplayer, and now they're going to take 10% less damage against ranged. This is generally massive. But I'm going to see what other people say about it too, but my initial thoughts are, I think you could go ahead with this. I'm sure people will say there's some reason that you can't. But the reason why I do say that is because we all know that mass ranged is king in Warcraft 3. Yep. Now, personally, I like that. If they keep this change or don't keep this change, either way, I'm interested. Massing one unit, mass headhunters, mass riflemen, and then just controlling the micro aspect of them, nice and easy for me. But generally speaking, the game should probably reward someone that actually puts a bit more effort in, aka someone that mixes in a couple of grunts with 4 to 5 headhunters rather than just having 9 headhunters. They've now got a couple of grunts, and some of those headhunters are removed. The grunts, what they'll do typically in a battle is maybe absorb some of those headhunter hits. The player has to try to ignore the grunts, but it's easier said than done with positioning and range, so the grunts are probably going to absorb some of that. So there's 10% less damage taken on a unit that is already designed to probably be a bit more tankier, but initially isn't, because mass range is just so easily to manipulate versus melee units that are clunky to get into position. So this basically gives melee units more power on the board. They got more tankiness. They can control the range units a little bit better.
Nice
absorb, mitigate some of that damage. So that's the principle of what they're going for, in my opinion. Obviously, this gets more impactful if you take into account high damage upgrades. So if you had 3-0 on mass range units and a multitude of range units, that 10% is going to hit you quite hard. But if it's just 1 or 2 units, you probably wouldn't notice it all that much. So it kind of deals with mass, is what I'm thinking. So mass riflemen, that sort of thing. It could be almost a nerf somewhat indirectly to that. So, for example, I have 2 Warcraft 3s up. Now, this is the PTR. This is an old version of my map. Actually, no, this is the PTR, because this is the old version of my map. So, let's say, for example, on the current version of the game, we have 1 headhunter versus 1 grunt. We'll hit him 3 times, let's say. 1, 2, 3. And you can see 631 health. So if we go to the current version of the PTR and do the same. 1, 2, 3, 637 health.
See, yeah.
So doesn't seem like much. 637 health, 631. That's saved 6 health from 1 headhunter hitting you 3 times. So it's almost like 2 health.
Could be variables.
You've
though.
now got effectively 2 more health every single time you get hit by a headhunter. You can almost think of it that way than you would have done beforehand. Sounds small. It is small. And maybe that's why this change shouldn't be so much of a panic for people, but we'll find out what they think as we go through. So let's have a look at an impact of, say, 3 headhunters versus
Well
1 grunt.
set up, Witty.
So 3 headhunters. We're going to attack 5 times now for a bit more impact. So 1, 2. Don't know why this guy's out of sync. 3, 4, 5. It's 3, 5, 1 health. Now let's come back to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's got 3, 8, 6 health. So then you start to notice a bigger difference, right? Can you see that when I do that? I'm not sure if you can see that because I only got 2 monitors. Yep. Right, 3, 5, 1 versus 3, 8, 6. That's with 0 damage upgrades and just add in a couple of extra headhunters and an extra couple of hits. And now the grunt saved himself about 35 health. That's not too bad.
Yep.
Really isn't. You can see, can you? Okay. Well, I play it safe anyway. So little things like this can stack up and can be very important between whether a unit dies or not. And that's why range is such a good, strong unit. Range units in general, because they're good at getting those last hits. Melee, a little bit harder to do it unless you're Orc and you've got Ensnare with Raiders that can lock a unit down. So this is why you typically see mostly range units, because they're good at getting those extra bits of units that you wouldn't normally get to kill otherwise, which is a little bit more experience for your hero, and your hero is really the strong power in the game. So yes, what we could do is, just for argument's sake, now that we've got this going, come back to here, beep bop bop. Go to here. Now get the upgrades on the headhunter. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll go do the same on the other one. Come here.
That's a big mountain.
1, 2, 3. Okay. So this is the PTR. So we'll go back to the live version. Currently, how it is. You got 3 headhunters, 26 to 42 damage.
The range is now affecting this a lot.
5 attacks again, for example, actually, because you can remember that. 2, 3, 4.
It could be a little bit of RNG now.
2, 2, 1 now. That's a pretty big drop just from those damage upgrades. Okay, now we go to the PTR. Where are you, PTR? Are you here? Okay. I've got to make sure that's properly paused.
It is a nice setup, though.
1, fully upgraded. 1. Look at the sync on this. Why is this so chang? I have no idea. 3, 4, 5. And that's 276. So 276 to 221. Now you're looking at about 54 health. And it starts to stack up. Do you see what I mean? And bear in mind, this is just only a few headhunters. Just a few. Typically, you're going to have, even in the early game, you're going to have quite a few of them. Like
6 plus
5
usually.
to 6.
Yeah.
And then when you get to later game, they're going to be Troll Berserkers, so they're going to be even stronger. Do you know what I mean? And the same thing with Riflemen. You can easily get a full group of Riflemen, or 9 to 10 rifles, once the game gets to the mid-spot point. And they pack a punch, rifles do, once they're massed. So it might not seem like much, but it's a pretty big change. And what I like is that it might change the dynamic a little bit, because it's too obvious and it's too easy to just mass range units. I kind of like doing it, but I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's just because I'm lazy. But generally speaking, you guys need to let me know what you think. Do you agree with this change? Do you think it needs to be implemented? Do you think not? Perhaps different changes to how heavy armor is. Maybe it shouldn't be reduced. Piercing damage. Maybe piercing damage should reduce on other types of armor instead of heavy armor. Will it impact custom games? I suspect it should do if the custom games are using the default melee patch, which they probably will be. So it can have an impact on that. That's why this is such a big change, is because it's not just a specific change to a specific unit doing 2 less damage or attacks 0.5 faster. This is a fundamental game mechanic. The damage between weapon type and armor type. Damage done, damage received. It's been consistent forever, basically. Well, to be honest, there was
Until
drastic
now.
changes between Reign of Chaos and TFT. Like, the game changed completely. If you want to go like down that road, that is a completely different game, Reign of Chaos. The armor types, etc. And how useful units were. But...
Making
TFT's
masses
been out
of a
quite a
single
long time
unit
now.
type that works
So,
against
yes.
basically everything shouldn't be a viable approach. Yes, I agree.
And then we'll look and see what others have said. Fix the crash that occurred when selecting a structure that had its construction or production paused. Yeah, that one was funny. Good. Nice, easy fix. Huntress Glaze will no longer bounce to and from structures.
So good.
That's a really strange one.
Nah, it's exactly the
Huntress
right one.
Glaives will no longer bounce to and from structures. That's why they were putting that change in.
Yep.
It wasn't to do with the Serpent Walls, it was to do with buildings.
Yep. And repair.
Kind of a big nerf to Huntresses, to be
Yep.
honest. And I'm not sure it's necessary.
I knew.
I mean, if you
Toxic
go
Witty.
Huntresses, you are kind of going a little bit all in. There are
Toxic Witty wants to kill the workers.
especially if the opponent's teching up. They could go air units or spellcasters are pretty good against Huntresses for slowing them down and stuff, etc. They do start to fall off, so you do need to all in. And when I say all in, you want to basically try to do some damage to your opponent's buildings, because the buildings are what keeps them alive, such as their food supply. For example, there might be a barracks, and behind this barracks there might be a burrow, and this burrow is constantly attacking those Huntresses. So those attacks onto the barracks from those Huntresses bounces onto the burrow. So you're taking damage from the burrow, but knowing that you're doing damage to that burrow because you're hitting the barracks. The pressure's there. Now, if that doesn't bounce onto the burrow, it's kind of easy to deal with those Huntresses from an orc perspective. And the same goes for other buildings, like humans might have 2 farms that block the way to their base. Now, if the Huntresses attack the first farm, they're only doing damage to one, not both. So time's ticking, the human's coming back to his base. The Huntresses want to get in there and get access to those militia or peasants. This is kind of bad nerf for the Huntresses. I don't know if this one will definitely stick around. I'm not a fan of Night Elf, but I don't know they need to nerf it this way.
It's a good point. It's drastically lowering them in base races. I'm, of course, a big fan because it doesn't attack the workers anymore. But, yeah, as I said, the elegant solution would be it bounces from unit to unit and it bounces from building to building.
Animate dead units will now inherit upgrades they had when they were killed.
But not from building to unit and not from unit to building.
We had like a mercenary unit, like a Macrora. The ones that can spawn more crusty lobsters or entangle. If you resurrect that, it has those abilities. So they have the abilities that they would normally be able to use when they were alive. I'm not sure if the other fix happened that Soul 8 Man came across, where if you, for example, animated dead 6 archers and then brought 6 hippogriffs as an undead player somehow, but let's just say you were able to do that.
So good.
You then put the archers on the hippogriffs to make them hippogriff riders, and then they become permanent units. They're no longer timed summons, and you've got yourself 6 bonus units for free. It's such a niche thing that probably won't get fixed necessarily, but I think they could fix it because it's not really intended. But then again,
I think it's funny, man. Let it in.
Not necessarily intended. Be doable if it's very hard to do, which is something I've very much enjoyed from Warcraft 3 in the past, which is why I find it annoying when they nerf the fun things. For example, I lost Twisted Meadows, one of my favorite things to do, depending on the position of the opponent, because it could only be done in 2 spots, maybe 3 of them, I can't quite remember specifically, but there was a dragon in the corner gold mine spots that you could only access through a Zeppelin, unless you had an air unit, like a gargoyle or a hippogriff. So what you would do, or a wyvern, sorry, because it's orc and undead that could do this, you'd either use the gargoyle or the wyvern to pull the dragon into your opponent's base, this big level 10 dragon, and then you'd use a raider, if you're orc, to ensnare it, or an undead fiend to web it. And then once it had been webbed, ensnared, it reset its position. So now it thinks the base is where it's supposed to be, and it starts attacking everything by default. I loved that. That was my favorite thing to do. I looked forward to getting Twisted Meadows because that was... I don't care if I win or lost the game. I just wanted to try to do that Because it's not easy to do. You're dedicating yourself to that one specific thing and that one specific time, and if it doesn't quite work, and even then, if your opponent's actually good, it's kind of an advantage to them, right? Versus a weaker player, they panic. Versus a good player, they go, oh, there's a level 10 dragon in my base. Cool. I'll kill that and I'll get the item. So that's the difference. These things need to be sort of kept in the game if they're a little busted, but they're hard to do because it's kind of fun. That's my opinion. The team is aware of an issue where passive abilities are not being transferred upon reanimation, and this will be fixed. Okie dokie. Neutral. Brewmaster Breath of Fire damage over time is drastically increased. 7 to 10, 14 to 15, 21 to 25.
Is it drastic?
I still don't use it, but maybe now I might end up using it. Brewmaster movement speed moved from 290 to 320. This is fucking crazy. Hey, no. I already enjoy playing the panda, and now it's just going to be even more ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
like,
nuts.
He's going to be moving as fast as a fucking demon hunter.
Hey,
that's kind of ridiculous.
We're a family show here.
He's fast. I think this kind of makes the crit even better, to be honest, because he has a passive to do crit or dodge, which is the one I like to take, because I think Breath of Fire is better with that, because you can just cast Breath of Fire more times than rather use a chunk. I think if you want Drunken Haze to be used more, Drunken Haze needs to be like 50 mana or something like that. At the moment, I think it's like 75 mana at least. So you're blowing through like twice your mana when you do a Breath of Fire and a Drunken Haze. So that's why they're increasing the damage, to make it more worth doing in the first place. And it is a big spicy bit of damage. But if your opponent is able to heal that off initially with a healing scroll or something, you've lost a ton of your mana. That makes the fight go better for you in the long run if you just use Breath of Fire over time. Do you see what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Plus the crit. The crit is fun. It stacks, obviously, better, like the Blade Master in the late game. And if the guy's moving quickly, he's going to land more hits and be more reliable to get those crits. He's going to be like a Blade Master, man. Fix an issue where the neutral variant of Brilliance Aura was not displaying. That's the change that everyone wants. All changes. Okay, I think this just goes back to everything that's combined from both patch notes. So I think we can leave it there and then take a look at the comments. So definitely some spicy stuff there. I'm going to skip past this because I'm pretty sure this is what we've already seen before, that I've covered before. Yeah. Targeting wards, and then the glaives will no longer bounce. So I thought that was to do with the wards, but actually no.
Woody doesn't watch my videos. Confirmed.
I've been noted about this post.
Okay, I think good reaction, good explanations of things. Well done, Witty, as so often. And now we go into the Knopf versus Neutron game that we wanted to see. Where are you? Here you are. Yeah, that's what we're here for. Oh, Mr. Apeman made a TikTok. I will show you the TikTok after we get this game done. Man, Knopf vs. Neutron, really cool game. Neutron may be grinding a bit harder as he's in the playoffs of B Cup. Hello, Mr. Buttcrumbs. Nice to see you. Hello, Toxie. How's it going? Lizard saw Mr. Soul's video. Mr. Soul is a big influencer. I'm not too sure if people are aware of how much of an influencer Mr. Soul actually is. In fact, some of the, unfortunately, most powerful people in the world are influenced by Mr. Apeman. For example, President of the United States, Donald Trump, is calling some counterparts over in Asia now Mr. Japan. So I think, to me, that is proof that Soul Apeman is influencing Donald Trump, and I hope he would use that for good causes. The world is your oyster, Soul Apeman. So, Knopf vs. Neutron. Maybe we will see the power of the kitty, and we will see why the bouncy glaive change is necessary, because Neutron loves the kitty, and hand in hand with the kitty oftentimes goes Huntress. Mr. Soul is omni-mind. Exactly. I mean, who doesn't watch Soul Apeman? I don't know anyone. All my homies watch Soul Apeman. And if you're not watching so late, man, you're probably not my friend. I see your point. Which one? We'll see if he calls you Mr. Germany. Dude, for me to become Mr. Germany, I gotta work out a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, and calling everyone Mr. has become a thing for me. Same, Mr. Buttcrumbs, same. Ooh, look at the Makrura manipulation. It's trapped! Makrura is captive. It's trying to escape, but Mr. Knopf, the Swedish prison guard, he should hire Mad Frog. Did a wonderful job here. Nicely done, man. Here comes the kitty with hot arrows. Hot weather outside, hot arrows in Knopf's face. It's a cool game, man.
Players' forces are under attack.
Two lovely people. I saw some people saying that Knopf was getting triggered recently. I hope he has a good time and enjoys today's matches a lot. Dude, this Knopf emoji is still reminding me of the Teletubbies. And I can't get it out of my head. It's just Knopf in the Teletubby world, man. Imagine. Oh, do you guys know Teletubbies in America? Probably, right? I don't know if that was a European thing. But I think that's just universally known. And since one of the Teletubbies was called Poe, I think Buttcrumbs knows exactly what I'm talking about. So far, Kitty Harass not too successful, except with the hits on the Blade Master. And that is getting quite annoying here, I gotta say. Cloak of Shadows to the rescue. Jesus. Careful, mate. Ooh, speed scroll to the rescue. Okay. Tier 2 started. Expo coming up as well, so at some point Neutron has to retreat. It was a US thing too. Learned something again. I thought maybe it's a UK EU thing, but we weren't that connected back in the day, you know? Internet was a thing, but you didn't necessarily go online and ask people about the Teletubbies. Your internet time was limited, at least for me. Mommy said 1 hour of internet per day is enough. Imagine that in this day and age. Bro. That would mean I could only work for 1 hour a day, though. I had to super optimize everything. Blade Master back to full health and healing. I guess for both it's a little bit of a warm-up game. Might be first of the day. Knopf sounded really excited to match Neutron. Run, kitty, run. Toxie, you seem to be in pretty good mood today. From the chatter I can see. So yeah, this has been Neutron's thing on this patch. Pot him first in all matchups. Paired with Hunts. And then of course, relatively easy to expand with that. And play the Huntress upgrade. Not sure how pleased Knopf is to be playing against that. I feel like a couple of people mostly annoyed by this, but it should have become somewhat of a norm, eh? I watched RTL Telekids like a madman. Long live Benjamin Blümchen and Art Attack, bro. Man, did anyone ever recreate these Art Attack things? It always looked fascinating, but I think nobody ever went that mile. And actually did do the art. Funny you remember that though. Alchemist second, Shadowhunter second. We're gonna have that healing war between Heal Wave and Heal Spray. Going mirror image, huh? Interesting. Couple of extra blockers, good vision. Not enough damage though, and without Windwalk, your movement on the map is limited. As Windwalk, of course, gives you a lot of extra movement speed. But as so often, for the Orc, it's about the Shadowhunter levels and items. I tried as a kid, 80% of them didn't work. Sad. Maybe you were just a noob. Work on your art attack, MMR. Bottom level 3, big boost. I do like that it's possible, like, to play a Potom. You probably wouldn't play Potom first against Orc in a $10,000 tournament. But for ladder, it seems really nice. Rather casual, of course. A bit brainless. But I don't hate Potom play on ladder. I mean, unless you just click on buildings, then it's toxic and you have to get rid of it. Knop muscling up a distraction attack, but Neutron ain't falling for that. No, 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 no. Easy cancel here. Potom also has a TP. Has heal scroll, protection scroll as well. Alchemist with a little shopping trip. Is Knopf strong enough to brute force this space? Not really. Wants to take the fight with Serpent Wards and Kodo. Acid Bomb on the Kodo. Didn't spread a lot actually. So, almost got on the beast now. That's +9. Big Dispel. That was necessary for Knopf. Still, some Hunters affected here, and of course the aura is undispellable. Blade Master down to 50%. Might need some healing soon. We have a Scroll of the Beast for Knopf. He wants to hold it for later. And yeah, heal scroll necessary. That is a tanky Alchemist, by the way. I think Knopf's timing wasn't necessarily bad. It was just Neutron had good map positioning and the town portal ready. Still, can expand behind. This is where both pinned down bottom left-hand side. And a weird situation now. You know your opponent is here. Are you strong enough to fight the creeps and Knopf at the same time? You wouldn't do this in real life, that's for sure. On the next patch, by the way, the Kodo would do 1 damage per shot less. I don't know if that's the biggest difference, to be honest. But yeah, it feels like we're in that sweet mass hunt A-click territory. And I like the concave by Neutron as well. A lot of units falling though. No heal spray anymore. Potential for kills is there. He can get rid of 6, 9, 12, 15 food. Nice ethereal form change by switch by Knopf. Blade. Ooh, how does he get out of the shadows? How does he get out of that situation? We have a little bit of a shopping war. And items go to Neutron. That's so big. Kodo down. Only a couple of headhunters alive. Ouch! Knopf 10 food down. Neutron with Expo up. And this requires so much healing. Could have been 10 Wind Riders. Yeah, I feel like people are advocating that. Bottom hits them hard. Acid Bomb and Alchemist in general hits them well. And it's no tier 3. And Wyvern on tier 2 aren't that great. I think I'd love 1 for Vision if you have the Beastery anyway. But then you could also have a Kodo for same cost, basically. And it's heavy armor, right? So it's not like a Wyvern does 50 damage per shot. I haven't seen that play out, really. Oh. Bottom is stuck here. Well, that's a TP gone. There's another attack by Neutron. So far, we haven't seen too many building attacks, but this might be one now. Man, I'm curious about other people's reaction to the PTR. Grubby tonight, Remo tomorrow. Everything that's been said on the forums. I think Jim was really negative towards it.
A player's forces are under attack.
Cool back and forth game between the two. Double heal scroll and a mana stone for Knopf. That is extraordinary. Double heal scroll for Neutron as well. Okay, this is probably gonna be a reason why these hunts are being nerfed in that regard. Oh well, we haven't seen repairing peons just yet.
Forces are under attack.
Nice. I like that harass. But that hunt is of course missing in the fight now. 10 food leads still. Army by Knopf is trickling in, and the big strength of this army is of course Kodos that eat. But if we're in this choke, it's really hard to get them forward. Belly's all empty. One hunt falls after an end snare. Bottom is brave here. But there's no purge. There's only very little end snare, so you don't have that much to fear. In the meantime, these 3 split hunts, man. Split to the side. Love it. Neo, you need to make a video of you explaining why you hate range units so much. I am a big fan of diversity. I did a live reaction. This is a perfect example, by the way, why the hunts are supposed to be changed. All the peons down as well. And now we go into the fight. Good luck, Knopf. I don't think you can do much here anymore. A beautiful kitty game. And Neutron goes through. So, yeah, I like if we have a lot of units mixed into one army and things serve a purpose and we rotate of what counters what, and we got that rock, paper, scissors in. Because at the moment, you can build all rifles and win. You can build an army of all headhunters and you can win. And I want diversity. I want it colorful. I want casters. I want a bit of melee. I want support units. I want it all. That's what I want. You, of course, want to box select and right click. The old man that you are. People say you're 76 years old since this week. I agree, it's easy to mass range even with it changed. You might honestly see no change to mass range because it's the best way to manipulate creeps, etc. True. Yeah, it's really hard. We reacted to you when you explained stuff on stream. It was a very good showcase. Even though RNG might have been influenced the Headhunter result, but it was very good visual display. Yeah, it should be possible to do that, but it should also be a little harder to play with mass range. And if there's something that helps against the mass range, I think that's good. Ena is with me, of course. You can play Grunts vs. Pala Rifle. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Exciting. Super exciting. I'm down for it, but I think if there's any backlash, Blizzard will be hesitant to implement it. I am very surprised how positive people are at the moment, or how not negative they are at the moment. Like, Battle.net forums were fine. There was Save Orcas, but that was a reasonable comment. Magic vs. Heavy is more of a problem. I'm not opposed to a nerf to that. But the thing with Magic is, I don't think it's like caster damage is basically whatever, because the damage values are so little. And if you get like tier 3 heavy magic damage, that's fine, because you went to tier 3 and you worked for it, and then you kind of deserve it to have that hard count. But I'm not against it. I'm not against it. But it is incredibly hard to extrapolate just from one line of patch notes. It will keep things fresh. Maybe one day we're gonna have a good use for siege units. Always feels lame to me that a tanky A-bomb gets destroyed by one Frostworm attack. Well, that's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? But it is supposed to be the hard counter. But should it be that much of a hard counter? We'll see. I feel like maybe it's like because it's summer and fewer people are online and stuff. But for such a drastic change to the conservative community that is Warcraft 3, I would have expected a bigger backlash. Maybe it will take a day or two, but I feel like a lot of people understand the sentiment. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. So Mr. Apeman had a TikTok.
In the new Warcraft
don't.
In the new Warcraft 3 PTR, the one line of text changes literally everything. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, on this armor attack table, Blizzard suggests...
I love how he says, it's changing everything! And then it's just one thing out of 36.
...tested to change piercing damage multiplier versus heavy armor by 10%. And you may say, Sol, but this is not the big change. It's like that popular combination even. And let me tell you, this is the most popular combination of attack and armor type in the game, in the current meta. To start, I will explain you the armor attack type. So on the top left, we have a rifleman, and I modified the damage range of rifleman that he deals exactly 10 damage with.
See, this is why people like me and Witty, we're old. We're not putting in the effort anymore. I put in 0 effort. Witty at least had an example, but Witty had still the damage values unchanged. So we had a variance between minimal damage and maximum damage, and though that screwed with the sample size a little bit. Professional QA tester Soul 8 man evens out the damage values. He's the best.
Piercing damage, and he's going to attack this powerful ghoul that have 0 armor. That's very important because armor value decreases the amount of damage that you take, and his type of armor is heavy. The ghoul has 340 HP, and now our rifleman will attack him. So what kind of value we are expecting?
Thank you, Iasis.
After one attack, it's 331 HP, and it's going to damage him by 9, by 9, and by 9 for eternity. Let me tell you that yes, there is one particular build that loves piercing damage, and the build name is Palio Rifle. At the start of the game, this change doesn't matter that much, because both armies, they require some time to accumulate a lot of units, right? So at the start of the game, we have only one rifleman, and you may say, so okay, so what is the heavy armor target here? The Spirit Wolves that Farseer summons, as we can see, is a heavy armor type. And also Militia has heavy armor type. As you can see, Orc is coming without the Headhunters at the first wave of aggression. But what's next? In the late game, in the current meta, Orc players, they love to go for Taurens. This powerful tier 3 Orc unit, they have heavy armor. It's not easy to attack anything else because yes, the smart Orc will keep Taurens in front. And look at this, we have 4 Taurens in front, and that's exactly where rifles are attacking. So in the early game, in the mid game, in this particular matchup, it doesn't matter that much, but it matters in the late game. Also, look at this.
So here, of course, you should make the argument that mass rifles shouldn't win against Tauren because it's tier 2 against tier 3, and Taurens are supposed to be the hard counter to medium armor rifles, and big chunky frontline units are supposed to pretty much destroy ranged units. So the humans should be at Griffins at that point. Or in previous patches, at Sorceresses.
Example of the game, we have Happy, yes, the mighty Happy, and he plays versus Nidav, Chinese Nidav called Kao. Look at this, Happy is doing his classic, like minute 4, minute 5, mid-game attack with a lot of ghouls. And what Nidav has at this stage of the game is a hero and a lot of archers or mercenaries, but remember, the mercenaries that Kao actually in this bad bot, they also have piercing damage. This Eye Troll Priest, piercing damage. Ice Troll Berserker has piercing damage. He has one archer with the piercing damage. So all of those ghouls will have a much easier time surviving. And even skeletons. There is a skeleton warrior. He has heavy armor. And I will show you more examples in the coming videos. So to make sure, sub to the channel. In the new Warcraft 3 PTR, the one line of text changes literally everything. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, on this armor attack table, Blizzard suggested to change piercing damage multiplier versus heavy armor by 10%. And you may say, Sol, but this is not the big change.
Well done, good examples. Yeah, I don't think it will change the world. But could be cool. Could be cool indeed. So let's see if we have some Flow TV games up. I think we have now pretty much discussed everything there is to discuss about this. And then, of course, you will hear Mr. Remo Demo's expertise tomorrow, most likely. We got Hitman's Undead versus Knopf. Now that is something I want to see. That is something I'm interested in. I don't think I've ever seen Hitman's Undead. Okay. Can Hitman become the strongest undead on the server? Now that would be something. Maybe he is already. I don't know. I haven't followed that journey. Let's see. Knopf has played one game against Neutron. That was unfortunately a loss. What does Hitman play? He comes up with a lot of interesting strategies. Why does Hitman have a Russian flag? Huh? That makes no sense. I don't understand. What's going on? Oh, there's two Hitmen. Shite. Okay, it takes the wrong Hitman. Sorry about that. Okay, that is something I have to fix. Okay, so there is a... I didn't know there is a Russian player Hitman. He's a retired player, right? Must be. Since when do we have that problem? Okay, he played in 2006. Okay. Bulgarian Hitmoon. Yep. I thought we took care of that. Anyway, so what are we playing? So far it's DK Ghouls. So far it's standard. Knopf, Farseer. This was no random, by the way. This was straight up undead. Hitman up at 8 AM. I wonder if he's still up? Or if he fixed his sleep schedule. We'll see about that. Yeah, I've seen his orc, obviously. I've seen Hitman Night Elf. I've seen his human even a bit. His undead? Not much. Who off races with undead? Very, very few people. Nice body block, Knopf. But sticking around so long that the Farseer is affected by the poison, that's unfortunate.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, I haven't seen this matchup in a long time. Like probably 2 weeks. So I really don't know where we're at.
Player's forces are under attack.
Is Knopf a Wyvern dude? I would guess he's not. So he's going Headhunters already. Which doesn't necessarily exclude Wyvern from the equation. But yeah, Knopf is not a mass air kind of guy. Hitman has been playing for the past 8 hours, so he is still up to answer your question. Jesus. Okay, yeah, he's been grinding, man. He's been grinding. So this is then usually a match where... Wait, what? Tier 1.7 Expo. Oh, with good scouting that is very killable. If you don't scout it, it's very strong. But we don't have any units out on the map. All the skeletons are focused on creeping. Knopf also. He got the Headhunters out on the way to level 3. Hitman strikes me as a guy who could play the Dovak build really well. Is this ladder? Yes. Hello, Mr. Francis. Knopf playing the Lin build, huh? Tier 2 Expo, TC, Raiders. I was never really a fan, but we'll see. EK level 3, hunting a little bit. Oh, huge chance for Knopf to get the slaughterhouse. Easy cancel.
A town is under siege.
This looks so odd. How much damage the DK is doing? He got claws, and the attack speed is of course boosted by the gloves. Should this... I mean, it's a slaughterhouse kill here. Should a DK alone kill the Great Hall? Well, we'll see about that. Lich is out, should be able to defend and threaten the Farseer. It is actually kind of close. Fascinating how much damage a DK can do. Underrated IMO. Oh, if the ghouls come in a bit late. Wait. It's almost the perfect timing. He doesn't cancel. No! Yikes! Yikes! Oh, sick.
A player's forces are
Wrecking Ball Frostmourne. And Knopf also a bit exposed here. Yeah, and that's why few people play Tier 2 Expo. One of the reasons why few people play Tier 2 Expo. With scouting, easily killable. Hitman almost plays this DK like a Blade Master. Well freaking done. Man, I might be a Hitman fan if he sticks with Undead. Oh, no TP. I don't have Stomp, unfortunately. If he had level 2 already or decided for Stomp early. Actually, with Stomp early, could he have saved the Great Hall? I don't know. Solid distance with the DK, appreciate that. But yeah, only being tier 2 versus UD is not great. Love the ward. Sees the expansion immediately. There's still a good amount of ghouls, right? So you can pull them all. He has lumber until the end of time. And Frenzy is done in a bit. Yeah, with people like Hitman, I'm always curious if they have like different ideas for a matchup. It's not that noticeable here now because Knopf's strategy is rather unique as well. Dark Ranger, yep, that is something we see a lot. That's a kill, that's a kill. 2 skeletons, ghouls, still 4 of them in. I think that's another Great Hall cancel. It's so expensive. In time and XP. Hero levels still a bit underwhelming. Stomp is usually your biggest asset in such fights, and Knopf's target fire on statues is good, but very little pressure on the DK. I wonder if that's not the Achilles heel. We should try to pressure him more. Now we do. Wyvern coming in, body block here, Invo potion there, still ghouls on the ground. It is rough to get rid of ghouls. Can Knopf stall enough time? Not too sure. Good DK control. For now, at least. If the Wyvern flies over the forest, there might be a chance to intercept and get some damage out, but not 160 damage. Expo up! And only one ghoul remaining. Knopf can hold this.
Player's forces are under attack.
If he's not... Okay, that's just asking for a black arrow. Like that. But the Wyvern switch, huh? Makes it work. That's an expensive morph. Probably down in a sec. DK is back, but barely any health. You can just tap. Yeah, exactly. You can just tap on the DK. He's been asking for this for a while. Never a potion statue uptime also limited. At least he got the skeletons and the ghouls here to apply lots of pressure. The DK is alive, lol. For now at least. Nova. Kill! Close to level 3. Level 3. DK got a potion. Can go back again. Supported with the statue. Dude, what a wild game this is. Love it. Lich absolutely requires a coil. DK is so far away. Full mana, but so far away. Any invulns here? He denies himself to the creeps. At least the Farseer isn't leveling like that. But then he's also back. Barely any units for Hitman.
A player's forces are under attack.
Great Hall is burning. He also didn't get too many peon kills, right? It's 1, 2. Now that's 3. With only 2 ghouls, I don't think it's a big threat for the Great Hall. With all these skeletons and extra XP. Sound quality suddenly got better? What do you mean? Ew. Yeah, that's the second Great Hall falling and it didn't really pay off. I am indeed dropping frames. Yes, I can try to fix that real quick. Should be fixed in a sec. I'd be very surprised if Knopf can turn this around, actually. Oh, still only tier 2. I don't think tier 2 Orc has a good chance of beating Undead with any strat, really. Too many counters. Undead tier 3, super strong. We all know that Wyvern are really, really, really good, but only with their upgrade. And Hitman got Knopf's milkshake, I feel. Oh, unfortunate. Knopf starting his streaming session with the 0-2. What's Hitman's main race? He's an orc. I would love to have a comparison of how much stat you heal and mana regen a 1-2-0 gets versus how much Hitman gets. But yeah, destroyers are a big problem, especially with mana. You can try to focus them, but if there's no poison damage, the Wyvern don't look too good. Nice escape by Knopf with the Wyvern and the TC. They all survive, but can't really help in the defense, can they? Uli! Thank you very much for the raid, mate, and the big support yesterday. GG. I hope you had a wonderful time. We are watching some Warcraft III Champions games. Hitman with Undead, everybody. Not too bad. That's fun. I feel like I want to see more. of Hitman's Undead. Yeah, that Expo getting kicked without cancel and without a single gold coin going back. Basically, you want the Chinese overlay. That is a feature from the Chinese overlay that I wouldn't mind having access to. But I don't know how that works. They're ahead. They're just ahead in this regard. What can I say? Thank you for the beard compliment. That is lovely. Who is Tishina? Ah, Shaddai. Dude, I haven't seen Shaddai in forever. I know he came back because of the Pro League that's going on. In like 2014-15, he was one of my favorite undeads. So let's watch this. Oh, I accidentally removed Knopf from... Let's see how different Shaddai is playing this. And if Knopf learned a thing. Where are we? Oh, we're on the new Terranas stand. Terranas stand? Terranas stand. Shouldn't be that hard to implement if you have the ability trigger similar to heroes, so that's where you get the info. No, we get the info from the API, and it's not covered by the API. I don't know how the Chinese have access to this. So basically I can open the file and I see a bunch of information, like how much damage done by DK, how much damage done by coil, etc. I can easily read that, but I don't have a line at Obsidian stat use how much mana regenerated. Maybe I have healing done. I don't know. Oh, Shaddai still styling with the Dreadlord. Awesome. And this is something that's getting a tiny bit more popular, I feel, thanks to Labyrinth. Ah, good. Good. How do you read the info for cooldown? It's in the API. That is also in the API. Some stuff is in, some stuff is not. I don't know who choose that. And then there's also, like, there's some weird stuff like... I can see how much mana was regenerated by Brilliance, but I can't see how much damage Thorns did, etc. Is odd.
A player's forces are under attack.
It is odd. Thought it would be the same for statue cooldown. Yeah, that doesn't tell you how much mana was regenerated, right? Because it doesn't tell you how many units were affected. So if you use that ability 500 times and only hit one unit, that's different than if you like have all three heroes
Damn,
regenerating, right?
This game is getting more updates than I would think possible for how long it has been around.
Right, Anilba, right? Isn't it awesome?
Forces are under attack.
It is. It absolutely is. And then also Warcraft III Champions is updating stuff. Be good. Be good. Yeah, I didn't expect a bigger patch this summer at all. When was the last patch? I don't even remember. It's not that long ago. It's still fresh. April. Yeah, that's 3 months, man. I've also felt like the 6-month patch cycles were obviously awesome in comparison to 1-year patch cycles, whatever, but it got a bit stale at the end. New Terraner stand, by the way. Of course, War 3 Champions does updates and Blizzard does updates, but also map makers are making updates. And that is to include Misha in the expansion here. With Dreadlord, of course, Sleep Surround is the target to get the Farseer out of your face. The die keeping the surround closed. Oh man. He still got it, huh? One is tempted to say old man still got it, but Shaddai is relatively young. He should be like Sheik's age, maybe. And a rare Dreadlord vs. Orc game is about to unfold. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Symmetrical Terraners, yes! With red spots. It is good disruption though by Knopf so far. That a 23-year-old game gets balance patches is awesome despite all the hate Blizzard deserves. Yeah, and also like that's one thing, but also quality of life patches. That is lovely. Sleeps around again. We don't have a TP this time, so Knopf has to fight out against skeletons. That should very much be doable. Misha's still alive. Shout out to her. Yeah, we got the orange spot next to the main now. We got the shop a bit further away from the base. I like the new Terraners. But I feel like Shaddai has to give up on those expo plays. Good harass by Knopf. So he got backpack even. Look at that. Shadowhunter second this time. Beastery. I haven't seen long games on this Terraners just yet. I've seen some dice games that were over in like 5 minutes. So I don't know how well it plays out in the long run. But yeah, so far I think I've only seen praise for this upgrade. People will probably be stressed by this Bandit Lord, because that has Divine Shield, and I hate it! I hate that creeps have Divine Shield. It's like, in an ARPG, that also shouldn't be the case. You want to kill it, and as fast as possible, and then... well, you can't. D2 Expo, again by Knopf.
A player's forces are under attack.
So we go Raiders. Good scout again by Shaddai. Similar to Hitman earlier. Yeah, this all works a little better on this bigger map. But Shaddai is muscling up quite an attack with Mercs. Double Dispel against the Wolves. That's really good. That should also be a lot of XP. Double Disable. One-time Sleep. And then, of course, Hex. Everybody knows how good this is. And Muddy. Damn, Shaddai, are you playing a lot of all the randoms, maybe? 3 heroes against 3. Knopf with the Scroll of the Beast that doesn't really do too much. But Dreadlord can at some point carry fights alone with Carrion Swarm and mana. Problem is getting that mana. Whoo, that Carrion Swarm hits hard, but there's healing against it. Nice even fights between the two, one could say, but Shaddai is down to 20 food and surround. No more heal wave. A hero kill could change things. Shaddai also 500 gold, gets the kill, closer to 5. Yeah, this situation is where you usually try to fight at your main base, because there you have access to mana potions and then you Carrion Swarm, Carrion Swarm, Carrion Swarm. Here's Hex, here's the focus, Wyvern damage coming in, and the Dreadlord is not supposed to die, of course, and Shaddai did die. So again, I am not allowed to see a late game on the new Terrana stand, unfortunately. But good to see Knopf is bouncing back. My wiener exploded, says To Be Kitty. Did you put it in the microwave? Because that happens. That happens way too quickly. Good to have Shaddai back. Good to see Knopf succeed. Feels good. All right, I'll check the forums real quick if there's some new input on Battle.net. Then I think we kind of call it a day for now. Rank team needs real punishment for levers. Yeah, I think that is plaguing Battle.net indeed. That's why people play on War 3 Champions. The work on custom games balance the map pool has been great, but RT is still a disaster, especially 3 and 3 and 4 and 4. These modes are core to Warcraft long-time health. I agree. If we keep ignoring lever abuse and matchmaking manipulation, the latter will never be truly competitive. That is probably true. Chaos Engine, another Night Elf balance advice team order. Yeah, I think Brewmaster, this is something that people are universally against, having the Panda movement speed increase for now. Usain Bolt mess with unreliable AoE isn't good. Yep. Mostly talking about matchmaking. Right. Any changes here? Any updates here? Think so. No dark mode. But yeah, okay. We discussed this at length. Interesting changes. I really like how they approach the changes now. I really like the quality of life. I really like that they are going a bit deeper with the changes. I find the feedback of the community currently very reasonable towards the subject. I expected a louder outcry, to be honest. A lot of people seem interested in that. That's nice. A lot of good fixes. And now it's probably somewhat time to polish this and bring it home, I guess. So, tomorrow, back with more Warcraft 3 Esports. There's the Dolphin Cocoon into Butterfly Cup that goes into day 2 with Hawk versus Jens. Remo's gonna tell you a lot about the patch as well, I think. And then I take the rest of the evening off Might want to think about a bit more about the patch and do some content there, or otherwise just chill a little bit and check if the weather is still good. So thank you for a cool brainstorming stream. Was a good exchange. You opened my perspective for a lot of things. That was lovely. I hopefully was able to explain some stuff and gave you my perspective. The streamer patch. It's coming, man. It's coming. Mr. 8-Man gets his Nether Drake. I get my piercing damage and bouncy glaives. Witty gets his sound fixed. And we all benefit. So fingers crossed that things will turn out this way. Yeah. Shout out Blizzard so far for this patch. I'm really impressed. And we'll see how things are looking tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a wonderful afternoon and evening. Enjoy your time. And make sure to check out OperaGX, the sponsor of this month. If you're not satisfied with your browser, you can check out the gamer's browser, that is OperaGX. It has Discord built in, it has Twitch built in, lots of cool features like performance. You can limit the performance of the browser while you're gaming. Opera, that's right. Has an ad block built in, it has a VPN built in. I know you filthy souls, you'll put it to good use. Every download is helping out the channel quite a bit. And that is the sponsor of this month. We are also partnered up with Rogue Energy, world's best gaming drink. 20% off with the coupon code B2W. The powder replacement for energy drinks also have hydration and chill products, so it's not all energy. Go check that out as well. More about that in the upcoming days. Very, very grateful to be sponsored after a long drought in that regard. So shout out OperaGX and shout out Rogue. See you guys soon.